should be able to kill me.
You should out-heal you by...
That being said... No! Oh my god, he almost entered that, man.
Good evening, everyone. Pre-food coma stream? Yes. Okay. Told you guys I'd be on time today. Usually when I don't have anything I have to do, that makes it a lot easier on me. I don't fall behind. I don't sit there going, oh crap, look what time it is, that sort of stuff. I did get to play a little bit of League before stream. I did a bunch of ranked matches, and I actually went 4-1, so not bad. You're like 3 minutes late. Yeah, but I was on time. And the reason I say that is because I was actually already getting set up before 7. I just went ahead and like refreshed a bunch of the stuff, like freaking VC face, because people were complaining that Aurelia was laggy the other day. Just gotta get my tweet out. We should be good. Was the night before Turkeymas? Yes. Dude, 1 second here, chat. Okay, got that. Well, that's not how you spell buffs. Tweet is live. Do me a favor, chat. Go give it some love. It clearly selectively cropped itself very well. Let me grab you guys today's link, and we should be good. Oh, you know, if it actually wanted to connect the capture card. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Here you guys go. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Hello, Derpy. How's it going? Let me send you the artwork over there. For any of you guys over on YouTube. Boom. There you go. Again, I hope everybody is doing good. We are basically going to be talking Evocation Festival on JP today, as JP was kind enough to give us more content. As you guys know, that's kind of been the issue with JP, is the lack of content. I think they're responding to that by going, whoa, wait, hold on, let's, you know, give people more stuff. And I don't blame them. I think if you don't have actual content to do, that this is the way. This is the way. And it's doing a good thing because it's taking people's mind off the lack of content, right? Like the lack of a new event, the lack of new story, and it's making them instead focus more on like, oh shit, I got stuff I gotta do. Especially as we're entering a busy time of the year for just about everybody. You guys know Christmas is coming up. We've also got Thanksgiving here in the States tomorrow. And so as a result, a lot of people are just kind of in this like, oh, I've just got stuff I've got to do mode. So it's going to quiet a lot of people and make some of the complaining and doom posting stop. So go to Christmas Opium. Yeah. Finish good emissions. That's what I'll be doing today. I don't think I'll get them done because I think I had like 9 clears I had to do. Now I think it's down to like 6 or 7, but it will be what it will be. Okay, let me just go ahead and pop all of this. I am safe for music on this form. I'll go ahead and pop that because I think it's required. And then this alignment usually seems to have the best. Yeah, we'll do it like that. A lot of life going on in a very short amount of time. Yep. Again, I hope everyone's doing good. Just been a pattern for a few months. We've only had like 2 actual Bleached Earth campaigns. I'm not going to call it a pattern yet. I saw people commenting on that in Discord earlier. I disagree, but it is what it is. I have Black Friday stuff at work to deal with, so time is no longer a resource or a luxury for me. Yeah, I get that. That's kind of the issue that I've had, basically, is that a lot of my time is of the essence, and I pretty much have to sit here constantly bouncing from one fire to the next. And that it's gotten so, like, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? So commonplace for me that, like, I'm just living in the fire at this point. AFK, thank you for the 53. 1 more month till 4.5 years. Thank you. Appreciate it. Melly, thank you for the 23 as well. You're also 1 month away from your 2 year. I do appreciate both of you. But again, I hope everyone's doing good. Obviously, not everybody's going to be celebrating Thanksgiving here, but for those of us in the States, thank you for those of you guys that decided to still show up to stream. You guys know I always appreciate it. I try to be live as often as I can for you guys. I think sometimes people take that for granted, but I at least treat it almost like it's a second job. And I've told people, is like, that's kind of the issue, is if I want to be successful with streaming, I kind of have to be. I think a lot of people take that for granted. A lot of people just kind of focus on, like, themselves, and they don't realize that in doing so, they end up costing themselves a little bit on the community side of things. And I certainly feel like you do have to put yourself first, but there is a point where you do have to also put yourself out there. So, like I said, I do try. Happy I got Nobu Adventure in 20 pulls, so yay. Now time to farm. Nice. Hello, Aye. How's it going? Hello, Titania. Happy Turkey Eve, yeah. Yeah, I'm at least, like, okay with everything going on JP now. NA, NA, we don't really know what the game plan is because they didn't give us hard dates. Again, I gotta give them a little bit of shit for that. I do like that, you know, they did come out at the stream and tell us a lot about it, and so we pretty much know the order of events, but we kind of already low-key knew that. You know, maybe some of the campaigns were a little bit more up in the air, but most of the time, timing on a campaign's not a big deal. It instead boils down to, like, when we actually get the events. Daxter, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? So, I'm more worried about, like, that sort of thing, right? I hope you guys are having a good day. Thank you again for the raid. Welcome. Anyone that's new here, I'm Khadroth. I stream FGO pretty much every night. Not on the weekends, though, thankfully. I used Murasaki for the CQ, but needed Himiko to finish it up. Yeah, like, I mean, you didn't have to do what I did. I used my Murasaki because Murasaki's a great looper, and I knew that I could just sit there and spam her. But there's other things that you could have done to make that pop off more. At the end of the day, I think it's really enlightening that, like, a lot of people won't use Ryoma himself for it. Even though he is an arts writer and he is a bonus unit. And I think that's low-key why you see the Evocation Festival buff. Hello, Daxter. I also used Murasaki, but had the MLB damage C and still did in 8 turns like CAD. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't have the MLB damage C, but like I said, that's me trying to, like, min-max the event and get away with everything I can. If I don't have to buy the CE, I won't. But low-key, I think I'm going to end up having to buy at least the bronze. Alright, we'll do it like that still. I prefer trying to get Castoria to her NP if I can. How hard should I go in training grounds for statues for the eventual class tree thing? First of all, you've got, you know, basically a year and a half to work on that. You're going to get a lot of statues. The question that I have for you, Wary, is how, like, veteran of a player are you? Like, do you have all of your units that you currently possess leveled up? Like, are you basically just stockpiling for the future, or do you still have a bunch of units you need to level? Because if you still have a bunch of units you need to level, I, honest to God, wouldn't worry about class score, and I would focus on your units first. In-game stockpiling? Okay. So if you're at that point, you will get quite a bit from events. My advice to you, and it's the same advice I actually give free-to-play players, is that when you start playing the game, or when you basically decide, hey, look, I don't want to roll, okay? That's your sign to get what you can out of the shop. Logically, you want to full clear the shop with a little asterisk when I say full clear, okay? And that means get all of the essential items, like the hard to get limited rare things that are in the shop. Get your essential materials, get your foes, and then from there, it's a little bit more discretion. I would still recommend getting embers, but certainly after embers, it falls off hard. Okay, because you get things like command code removers that are actually useless, and you should never buy because they're a trap. And then you get things like the statues and monuments. Statues and monuments are best bought when you have one or time. That is to say, like, maybe it's a 3-week event and you got done with the event faster. And 2, if you've rolled. And the reason why I say this is because if you've rolled, you have increased efficiency from the craft essences. That's going to let you clear shop faster. That's going to allow you to get statues and monuments out of events. That's how I handle it, and I just slowly start to stockpile. The other thing you can do, too, is you can try to, like, metagame it a little bit and try to look forward and say, which are the class scores you're going to focus on? But keep in mind, too, that class score as a system, 1, is not essential. 2, the devs cannot balance around it. And the reason that I say that is because they cannot create content that requires you to have it. And they even talked about this in their interview at the anniversary, where they basically said, like, yeah, hey, class score is going to be a thing, and it's not that you won't be able to do the fight without it. It's just that it'll make it easier. So there's definitely some points to be said about having your class score and working on it, but you don't have to worry about them making like, oh man, if you didn't have like, say, the archer class score, you're not gonna kill this saber boss, right? Like, it'll just be a little bit harder potentially, especially on like the carding end, if you really think about it, because that's really the big thing that's impacted the most by the class score system is your carding power. You do have like 10% total extra NP damage in each tree, but that 10% is very much at the end of the tree, requires unlocks, and like it's a nice thing, don't get me wrong, you still want it, but on the way there you end up getting so much more like crit power and stuff like that. That's actually going to really impact how hard your character can card. So Gen V, thank you for the follow. Yeah, there's literally no point to actually having command code removers. Like and you guys got to be careful, because if you go on something like fandom will actually claim, and I don't know why this is, but fandom will claim that using a remover gets you QP. This is not true. It does not actually get you QP. I'm not sure why they make that claim. The only thing I can assume is that it was a mistranslation from the live broadcast, and that they thought that that was the case. I remember watching the live broadcast that Trub streamed. Trubs never said that, so they had to have gotten it from someone else. Maybe their own in-house translator or something thought that that was the case. But either way, that's never been a thing. I don't know why they thought it was. But so as a result, when you take away the QP cost, there is a very marginal benefit that a remover provides, and that's that it will pull back your command code off of it and relock the item, returning you the key. The thing about this is, you almost never are going to want that key back. One, because keys are actually pretty common, and two, because why would you go to the effort and the expense of unlocking something only to then relock it and not get any QP refunded? This is why removers don't actually matter. Like, you get to keep command codes anyways, so it's really weird that they do that. The only command codes you don't get to keep are 2-star and 1-star command codes, and the reason you don't get to keep those is because you can just roll more of them in the FP gacha. So it's really not a big deal. But you should always, even the newest of players should skip command code removers. They are a defunct item. The devs haven't done anything to change how they work, and they are actually useless at this point. If you have no more keys and you want to unlock a new unit on the fast, yeah, and like you're almost never gonna run into that scenario. Like, maybe just, if you're ever worried about that, chat, keep 3 of every key and don't spend below that point. And here's why. No unit in the game has a deck that has more than 3 of any card type. So keeping 3 of each one of the key types would mean that you would at least always have an emergency ability to open up a unit's keys, if you're really concerned about that. And I'm going to tell you flat out, I don't even do that, because I've never come into that scenario. Most of the units that I know I would use command codes on already have their stuff unlocked. I use AP on the half off campaign. Yeah. So again, like, just try to like get, statues, but don't, I wouldn't say like start blowing apples and going out of your way. That's not worth it. Just get what you can. Don't fret it too much though. Maybe they could make removers a currency to buy some command codes instead. I don't know what they want to do with removers. At this point, I'm of the opinion that they should be removed. Because the problem that you have is that you have veteran players like me that are sitting on well over, probably 200 of them. You have newer players that won't have that much, and you have people that probably have some crazy amount, like 500 or 600 of them. And the reason that you probably have that much is because you're actually just buying them every time an event rolls around, even though you don't need to. Only doing my song request? Okay. I will try. See what it does. Go. Ooh, that is loud. Okay. They probably just make them exchangeable for QP like welfare ascension mats. I don't know what their plan is. I only know that they haven't done anything with them since they made the change. They originally, chat, they allowed you to preserve your command codes. And before, they were kind of one of the only ways to. Then they made changes to the command code system, and that sort of invalidated them. Hello, Avalon. I feel like they'll just ignore them. Probably, as they kind of have with some other materials like that. Like, it just is what it is. I don't really understand. But I do think that, like, it's not a big issue so much as I actually just wish they would stop putting them in shops. One, because it takes up the itemization of the shop. And two, because it can trick, like, new players into actually buying them. So I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, if they just stop putting them in shop, that'd be a-okay. Just give them out for free every once in a blue moon, and I think they'd be fine. Okay, we're gonna do this. This should be the last of my Berserker runs here. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. I'm skipping that one. It's actually giving me a headache. I don't know why. I think it's the pitch. They will just sit under the rug until they're swept under for the rest of FGO's lifetime. Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing personal, did you? It's just like, for some odd reason, I was starting to get a, like, pain in my head. I think we just need more command codes. We already have actually quite a bit. I think one of the biggest issues that you have with the command code system is the fact that they essentially are unique items, and unique items that never leave your inventory. So what ends up happening is we have a set space for command codes, and if they keep adding too many of them, you actually will just fill up and not be able to store them. And if they ever reach the point at which you have more uniques than you have slots, that would be a huge issue. I don't think you will, but it is something I think they pay attention to. I wish that they actually... I wish they actually would, like, do something about it in that regard, that, like, they would just make it so that, like, whenever you have your 300 space, that it doesn't count for any command codes that are currently deployed. That would be a lot nicer, but I kind of understand why they don't want to do that. It'd probably be a logistical nightmare, especially if you started removing command codes. So I get it. I just think that the command code system is somewhat awkward in that regard. What is the best node to farm for the wild beast attribute? That I don't know. Game Press has usually a farming like cheat sheet that you can take a look at. God, have I done Thanksgiving cooking? No, I never cook my Thanksgiving meal. I probably should learn how, but I never do. It's always made by basically either my mother or one of my siblings. Yep. Missed. Been gone for a while, but is there new buffs on JP or NA? JP. Currently there's 152 unique command codes. Yeah, and there's like, I think 350 slots right now. So there's quite a bit of room still. It's just one of those deals where it's like, the remainder of the non-uniques is all your 2-star and 1-star command codes. So as a result, because of this, it doesn't matter how many keys you have. You are theoretically limited. Because, chat, think about it this way. There's like 400 units in the game. They each have 5 slots. That is the total number of command codes you would need in order to basically, you know, fill every single person. So you would need roughly 2,000 command codes. You only have 350 slots. So you can't even cover, like, what is that? Basically a little under 20%. You can't even cover 20% of the entire roster for command code. Which I think is low. I think they should make it where the system is very much just reliant on the keys being the bottleneck. That way it unlocks over time. But that eventually you could have, you know, more people with it. And so you could, like, you would reach a point where it becomes a goal, and then at endgame you eventually have everybody having all their cards unlocked and command codes on everyone, even if they're not the good ones, right? Like, even if they're just the shitty 1-star and 2-star ones. I think that would be better than, like, me having to perpetually burn command codes because I have no space for them, but I don't actually use them. Writer note at an event will fill the wild beast quota just fine. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you got to do the writer node like 10 times because of the need to kill 10 rider class servants, so that's a little bit spicy. So you guys can see I have 5 more here and 4 more here. I guess I had more than 9 runs I needed to do. That is devastating. Caster and Lancer enemies. I assume there's going to be a 90 node for these. So I will just keep checking around. There's Lancer as an 80. There's Lancer as a 90. And this one is all 3. Huh. That may be the best. Low key though. Let me see what I need. I've been blowing up all the nodes with her ever since. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like I said, it makes me happy because I know a lot of people really down on Nobu's performance. Okay, so my potential to need gold is quite terrifying. Actually, what did I do here? So I have no more bronze. Other than the foes. And the CEs. So I don't care about my silver. Do I even care about my foes? Don't look at this chat. I'm not sure that I do. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have for upcoming for the year, chat? And do I have anyone that's unfoed at the moment? Okay. Extra, that needs to be combined. Extra. Okay, so no, everyone is food. Yep, Those are all the same. So, no one needs to be foed. So then, upcoming... We've got Dobrynya, we've got Taigong Wang, got Koyan of Dark. So I only need 3 sets of foes. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need these foes. Oh, Santa Martha. I need 4. That event's a lotto, though. I'll be farming the all node. Yeah. I'm still good, chat, because that event will have a set of foes in it. Better to buy them there than to have to buy them here. And that's still not considering buying foes for December from the shop. And a New Year's set of extra foes. So there are still 2 more stacks coming. I don't need to buy the foes in this shop. Which is wild. Like, that just makes me more efficient in this event. And this is only a 2-week event, so it's really nice. So that means I can just go... grab that free CE experience, and I am functionally done. So we'll go ahead and spend that, which means I absolutely do not unequivocally need bronze. Oh my gentle Jesus. Alright. Chat, don't look. This is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt me. Wait, what? Huh? Did I not have this? We never had them? I thought we did. Were they... Oh, because they weren't a craft essence, were they? They were just art. Yeah. Okay. Okay, God, yeah, that was making me go like, what? That's why I said it's gonna hurt you, chat. Behold all the extra shit sitting in my inventory. What? Anywho. Casual Lord just chilling. Does Cad just not open his mailbox? I don't need to. Okay, so I have to clarify, chat. I am low on none of those things that I pulled out of my mailbox. Literally none. Not low on quartz. I'm not low on apples. I'm not low on tickets. I'm not low on, you know, CEs and stuff like that. So it just, it's one of those things where I didn't have to actually ever open my mailbox for like 2 months. What about faux pas? Yeah, I mean, that'll all get used, right? Like, here, chat, you want faux pas usage? Wait a minute, did we should have finished our first one, right? We finished our first. Yeah, okay, so she's done. Okay. We're actually halfway done with the first card now. Oh boy, chat. It's only 2.25 years until I'm done with my Lartoria. Anyways, what was I doing? I don't remember. They'll add 1,000 faux pas mechanics. I don't think they'll do that, but I do think, you know what, I'll deal with this later. Okay, so what was I thinking there? Oh, just that I wanted the other C. Okay, so this does mean that I need silver and gold more. That's low-key what I came to figure out is how much I need of each material. Right? Like, that was my big shtick. Okay. So I only need 3 more of that. I have not touched my gold material, so I clearly need more gold than anything else. Although, I do have servant coins and the other CE there. If I try to buy the other stack, that's 1,000 of the silver material that I need. Oh, yeah, so low-key, actually kind of even. That's 300, that's 300, and that's 400. So it's about 1,000 on 1,000. Yeah, we're right smack in the middle of what I need. In fact, I'd even favor silver a little bit more. Wait, what I farm here is dependent on what I need for the last one. What I favor, right? So, I needed Lancer and Caster for the missions, right? So, what's the highest Caster node? This is a 90, silver and gold, so this is a silver node. So I need to favor gold on the all node. Okay. Problem solved, chat. All of that to deduce that I needed silver and gold. This might be a Mucha Matcha time, chat. Throw some Mucha Matcha in there and laugh. Cat's a genius? No, I simplify my farming. That's all it is. If I ever have the opportunity to cut corners and make myself more efficient and farm less, I do. Yeah, fuck it, give me fragment. Fragment usually works best. Ooh, do I have Muramasa's pinned lord? Survey says yes. Excellent. That really helps out. Just use Nobu and burn it all down. I mean, you can. That would require me to have MLB, and that would require me to buy. And chat, low key, if I get another drop, it saves me either 200 of the gold currency or 200 of the silver currency, whichever I need more. Which is like, hell yeah. Hello, Ern, how's it going? People told me to roll Tunguska banner for the CE. Is it true? There is a very nice CE on Tunguska. However, if you're worried about being able to do the event, I have another question for you. Do you own Black Grail? If your answer to do you own Black Grail is yes, you don't care. And it's probably gold, probably. Why didn't we get the victory line translated? Is that also not I don't know. Hello, Thomas. Guys, what's the best support for Artoria Saber? Who to save courts for? Honestly, Artoria is a really nice one that you can get away with having just Koyan for her support, and it'll work. That's probably what I would tell you to do if that's who you're focused on. Oberon's also decent, and really anyone that buffs Buster, or even some of your neutral ones like Hero Bride, who's a little bit more focused on regions, so she'd probably be farther down on the list. But even units like Waver or Reigns can also work for you. Yeah, it doesn't have to be MLB. Well, so I don't even need that. Okay. And you're in luck. Koyan comes back in January. Yeah, there's Koyanskaya of Dark and Koyanskaya of Light. Koyanskaya of Dark will be the New Year's unit, and then I believe later on in January you'll get a banner for Koyanskaya of Light. They're both kind of supports, but Light is the better support. So I would tell you to go for Light. Her banner's only there for a couple of days. Yeah, unless they change that on an A. It was only a 2-day banner on JP, which is kind of nutty. I think it was the first time they had ever done that. Like, they had banners that, like, only lasted for, like, a day, but for a brand new standalone banner out of nowhere, it only lasted 2 days, which is really weird. It was a meme tease, yeah. I nearly popped Muramasa's first skill there. I'm gonna give the Sky trade, even though these Nobus might not be Sky. What are your thoughts on Jiangxia? Wait, Jiangxia. Jiangxia. I don't know who that is. Unless I just Grand Wang. Taikobo. Taikobo is actually pretty good. I honest to God think he's probably underrated by most of the community, and he's overrated by most of the challenge community. He exists somewhere in between. He's a really good unit, but like you can't just use him as your solo support for most things. So it's one of those deals where I think he's a really awesome, like flexible unit. He can serve you really well as an AoE that can dish a lot of damage due to the synergy of his niches, and he can also provide the party with a little bit of charge and some extra firepower. So I do think he's solid. Sleep deprived, but here I am. Go back to sleep. Kayan Sky Oberon made me lazy when building event and main story parties. Yes. Is that the Fisherman? Yeah, that's the Fisherman. I didn't realize that was his name. Like I've basically heard him called many things over the years, so he looks cool. He does. I think he's a really cool unit. I'm gonna say something and it's gonna maul some of you. He's Chinese Waver. And if you don't know, that makes perfect sense. If you know, you're like, what the fuck, Cad? You just basically double spoke. But Waver is Chinese, exactly. So Waver himself is Japanese. Zhuge Liang is Chinese. So that's why I say he's basically Chinese Waver. Isn't Waver British? No. I don't think so. Like he may. Well, wait, chat. Wasn't he originally born? Is he? Maybe I'm misremembering. Waver's actually English? Yeah. I don't know why. I could have sworn. I probably just had that mixed up in my head. I could have sworn that he. Oh. Whoops. I could have sworn that he straight up like. Little chat, you guys have to look at thighs. That he had a comment about that in Fate Zero, but maybe I'm misremembering. He was born and raised in England. Okay. Huh. Weba Berobeto? Ah, yes, there you go. His fake grandparents probably confused you. Yeah, that may be it. I don't know why, but I seemingly had that thought for some weird reason that he was Japanese. Because you're right, like when you guys were saying, "Oh, he's English," I'm like, "No, he is, isn't he?" It is what it is. All right, so there you go. So like that basically spent all my AP. There's 4 days for me to get 3 runs here and 4 runs here. So not too bad, but it is going to take me a little bit. I'm coming in right on the money though, and basically this is just going to allow me to be able to get even more. It's also low key. This also means that I can just convert my my bronze mats upward because I don't actually need them. So I can just use that to get even more. As I can't stop farming bronze from the simple standpoint that like I just have too many. I already had over farmed by virtue of only having the bronze sea for the most part. Although that's gonna actually allow me to finish that off. So now the only thing I have to buy now is the coins and that. Believe in a thing called love. We're gonna buy that. Always start with the material you need the most, just in case something were to happen, chat. Like, let's say, like, you dropped your phone and you were not able to, like, complete the event because your phone broke or some, like, crazy, terrible thing. But that's usually how I do it. Okay, so you have your Thanksgiving banners already up. I should have rolled these before farming because I might have gotten a CE that I could use, but... Nope. Ryu Doji. The odd couple were immigrants from Canada. Is a silver focus node? I gotcha. Yeah, I was kind of benefited by the lack of craft essences, so I'm just not done. Gotta love it. Rate up Cs. What even are they? Okay, so that handles that. NA is basically done for now. Go back to JP. I've got some strengthenings to complete. Coma headlines Thanksgiving banner yet comes to players way after food coma has happened. Yep. Well, I wouldn't say she necessarily headlines. I mean, like, I know they used her picture, but it's a little weird because this is 100% supposed to be the APOC banner. And they just pulled out the permanent units from the APOC banner, like Karna and John. I don't know why, right? Like, I guess they just felt the desire to have more limiteds in there. Probably because of what happened in the prior years. I'm only missing a few gold statues, which is the issue. I see. Yeah, see, like, you probably are easily done because you rolled so much that you should have, like, just MLBs of everything. Versus me, like, I basically have 1 CE of each other than bronze, where I have, like, 3 of them. And that's almost all from either FP rolling or like silver and or sorry, doing my YOLO solo. Recently had John Minner, yeah. I'm tempted for comma MP levels. Yeah, and I don't blame you guys. I'm just gonna say again, keep in mind whatever your role goals are. Whenever they present you a banner that they didn't already have, like that we didn't know about, that wasn't planned, keep in mind what your plans used to be and whether or not you wish to screw them up, right? Now the permanents on Thanksgiving banner, they had a year where the permanents were fairly bad because people were like questioning why they would bother since the permanents had other banners. So I think they wanted to avoid that because it's pretty valid criticism when you basically give banners to units that not only just had it or had one upcoming, but that basically no one cared about. So I think even they looked at it and they said, that didn't perform well. Maybe we don't do that, right? Let me see if I can find it for you guys real quick here. So let's see. Last year the summoning campaign was Benny Inma, Erish, Nero Caster, First Asan, and BB Summer. So last year was pretty good. That must be remembering two Thanksgivings ago. Wait, what? Did I just go back into the same year? How is that even possible? There we go. Yeah, so the prior year, so 2021, was Oki Soji, James Moriarty, Shisho, Reigns, Umu Caster, Jack the Ripper, and Xiang Yu. And the big complaint, if I remember correctly, is that Xiang Yu had a banner that was due in within like 2 months of this pickup. So it was really stupid and really bad, and no one was going to roll for him. I think even Jack the Ripper, also everyone knew she was going to have one coming up at Valentine's Day. So it was one of those deals where everyone just went like, those last 2 picks there were kind of a waste. I'm trying to remember too, because I think even some of the limiteds were criticized due to how recently they had banners. I don't remember if Okita had one around that time, but that is usually the time of year that we have Guda Guda. Moriarty, I think this is right before. No, Moriarty already had one earlier in the year from the Spiderweb event. So I think that was part of the issue. I think Shisho also had a banner coming up. And so I think if I remember correctly, the only 2 actual good rolls there were potentially Umu Caster, who's relatively rare, and Reigns. Reigns was low-key a gift because they moved her banner like to there when Castoria was going to be coming out in like 8 months. So the people that didn't get Reigns originally on her banner prior that year had another opportunity to roll her, basically to have her for when she became a 50% charger. Yeah, Reigns was the good one in that one. But then there was like just a ton of other people that are like, why are you picking any of these others? So I think that's why they've tried to make them better. And like I said, last year's was pretty decent. This year also looks pretty decent. So I think they're doing better with the Thanksgivings now. Only Yume Ren would be happy with that horse banner spam. Yeah, it just is what it is. Always wait until after I finish the main story of an event before actually leveling the welfare servant. I wouldn't do that only because some some events you like actually need the welfare for because they'll force it. Like they'll literally say, put them in the front line, use them. I think that happened with Cinderella just recently here as well. So it's like sometimes you actually do need to level them. Usually it's not that difficult. Like they kind of make do, especially if you're someone that's ahead on like, you know, leveling and ascending all of your units. You probably have embers lying around. Usually you could just immediately like blitz them up to the levels that you need because they're very efficient at the 2 times rate. Got any advice for how to use Go or good teams for her? She's very crit centric, so a lot of people will run her actually as a solo unit. But if you're gonna try to set her up, she actually can function pretty well with Doman and basically anyone else that can really help facilitate her ability to generate crits. What she really wants. So having that ability to kind of feed her is going to help. You want people that can basically be star generators or people that can manipulate stars, you know, either by like an intuition type skill or something else that can get them onto her. And then obviously she has really good crit damage. So I think worst case scenario, you want someone that's going to get a hard defense. So like, you know, almost like a Castory or something like that, but basically someone that can protect her. And that'll work wonders for you. There's always Shingon. You heard people complain at the Reigns banner too? Those people were dumb. That's all I can say about that. Like, if people were complaining about the Reigns banner there, they had no idea what they were talking about. To get 1 Summer Okita and NP2 Nobu? Nice. Today's art is very cultured, as it always is. People always complain, yeah. Like I said, I think people devalued Reigns because they already knew about Castoria. When Reigns came out on JP, she was the game's second neutral 50% charger. Okay? Like prior to that point, all you had was Waver and Scotty. So Reigns was like, oh shit. This is real deal, right? So it was one of those deals where, like, originally when she first came out, she was not that well received because she was a little bit of a weird challenge unit with only 30% charge. When they gave her the 50%, that changed things. So a lot of people on JP splurged to roll. They then considered that bait in some cases because Castoria came out fairly shortly after that upgrade. However, on NA, it was even shorter time. This just has to do with the fact that NA has an accelerated anniversary usually. But again, I don't think it's actually a bad deal. Just one of those deals where, like, I think a lot of people didn't quite understand why Reigns was good. They just thought she was Waver 2.0 or something like that. And to a degree, she is. But, like, she is better at a devoted looper setup than Waver is. Waver is actually better in a sort of, like, team comp where multiple people got to be your damage dealer. So, like I said, I think a lot of people just don't understand that difference there. They don't quite get how to use Reigns. They kind of just stick with what they have and say like, oh, well, I've got that. I don't need anything else. So Reigns is also a rider. Yeah. Yeah. The pro of being a rider is that basically, like, anytime you would be facing a rider boss, you're now neutral. The other, which would, you know, maybe kill your normal caster supports. The other upside too, though, is going to be the fact that you end up having, you know, essentially that different slot to put, you know, Reigns up on support and differentiate it. The downside to all of this is there is now a different class that you're vulnerable to, and functionally, riders have higher star weight. They have the highest star weight in the game. So if you actually need stars to go on to someone, using a rider as your support is kind of annoying because they'll just end up stealing. I mean, she's great in QP gathering. Yeah. I mean, if assuming you have to card, right? Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but it is a nice thing for your support to be able to, like, throw like a QPC on your Reigns and you just know people will use her. But I don't know. I don't think it's that big of an issue. I think most people that look at a unit and they can't tell the usefulness, those are people that you can probably write off. Like, I'm not gonna say that people haven't had like misinterpretations of things time and time again. But if you look at a unit, like I'll be real with you, okay? I definitely saw people when Castoria Berserker came out, they were like, nah, she's mid. She's not that good. To which I was like, what? So it is what it is, right? Like, some people just have agendas, they have biases, they can't get that out of the way, and you just have to pay attention to that and say, if you can't look objectively at the unit and say, this is why the unit could be good, here's how I would use the unit, it's more of a you problem than it is, like, someone else. Mid equal doesn't break the game anymore. Yeah, pretty much. Wonder who he's talking about? I actually have no idea. If there's another content creator that goes around calling her mid, then that's their problem, like I said. That close-up of Castoria's face, yes. I'm not a fan of how people use mid nowadays. Oh, no. Okay, so allow me to translate, chat. Tell me this isn't true. Mid equals trash. Because it's not what people will say, but it is low-key what they're implying. It is what they mean when they say mid. If you ain't first, you last. Yep. You need to be nice to your teammates, Cad. Listen, chat. Like I said, I went 4-1 earlier today. I went 4-1 in ranked league. I'm riding high on that kite. And you want to know the one loss? The one loss, I was told to never play Rel ever again. And that, like, they were trying to get everyone to report me. They were trying to, like, scapegoat me into being the reason why they lost. And I'm like, it's not. Like, I could have played better, but it's not. At the end of the day, you're the reason you got caught out and, died, right? Like, if you basically positioned bad, that's your own fault. Classic League, yeah. But so I love it because, after that one loss, I proceeded to win the next 3 games. So it's like, I hope they go look up my record and then see, like, man, that run was terrible. Oh, wait. In the end, I got to report half of them for their terrible thing. So it's not that I need to treat my teammates better, it's that they do. But I'm sure you're implying something else. I just wanted to talk about that. No, you're the reason I did bad? Damn. How did you figure it out? I low-key, like went into your mind and forced you to play bad. ADC Malding, you got the kill instead of them? No. So, like, the ADC, like, tilted at one point when basically Zed came over a wall to kill them. Like we were in the bot lane, we had already lost our tier 1 turret, and we were, like, pushing up. Zed came over a wall, 2 of the other people came around to kill him, and he was, like, angry as fuck that I missed stunning the Zed. And I'm like, he came out of Fog of War. It happens. Zed free food, yeah. I'm like, and the whole problem was we had no priority, we had no vision. I couldn't even leave to get the vision because every time I did, like, and this was us trying to push out from our tower, like trying to like just clear the wave. So I was about to go get vision when that gank happened, and it's just like, it is what it is. Nothing I can do. People often have a tendency to blame their supports or their junglers. Especially like support will get blamed a lot in the vision department, or like, how dare you make me int? Like the ADC blames the support all the time, and I'm just like, it is what it is. But it was great because they were trying to like call me a bot and saying that I wasn't actually like playing. And And they were like, I don't think this Rel has used their ultimate even once. And I was like, used my ultimate like 7 or 8 times. What? Like, I was like, you must be blind at that point. But I didn't say that. I just said I have. And then they're like, oh, it's not a bot. It responded. And like they started like going off. And so at the end, when the ADC tilted, he basically tried to like start asking me all these questions that I knew they were bait. He wanted a response so that he could report me for like negative attitude or something like that. So I just didn't respond. And then at the end of the game, as we're losing, he starts spamming report the rel, report the rel, report the rel the whole time. And I'm just like, I'm gonna report you now, so it's fine. That way I don't have to see you in any of my matches. So I love getting blamed as jungle as all my lanes die 5 minutes into the match. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's something to be said about a jungler needing to show up at some point to help win the lane, but at the same time, you shouldn't require the jungler to just be able to, like, farm under turret, you know, not get ganked, that sort of thing. It 100% that's on you if you're out of position. The league soul corruption will surely break you. Save yourself now while you can. I mean, that was pretty bad, but it was mostly because they were just like fucking tilting on like trying to find a scapegoat for their own poor play. Like they faulted me on one of the dragon fights for not being able to get in an ult. We were facing a Shaco, and here was the dragon pit, chat, right? And so like we're coming around the dragon pit through the tribush on blue side, and like there's a Shaco box here and here and here. And here's their enemy team, and the freaking Viego on my team like zoomed past all of this and goes like, Rel, why aren't you ulting? And I'm like, because I'm back here running into a fucking Shaco box. I'm like, I don't know what you want. Like, I'm not there. You engaged without your support, and then you're yelling at the support to ult. Not my problem. Like, did it happen to be an AP Shaco? I have no idea. I kept getting feared. So like I didn't have sweeper because I had already swept recently to try and clear their wards. Because I knew they had a ward on the other side. They also got angry at me prior to that fight for backing because the dragon was spawning in 30 seconds. They're like, why are you backing? And I'm like, because I'm a support engaged tank at 30% health. That's why I'm backing. I'm getting more wards and I'm healing up. What am I going to do? I'm just going to feed him a kill if I'm standing there at 30% health. I don't get people's logic sometimes. Sometimes you just have to back and concede the objective. It is what it is. I need to talk to a psychiatrist about why I enjoy being a support main. I enjoy being a support main. It's very interactive, very fun, but it certainly sucks when you get blamed basically for your team themselves being out of position and stuff like that. That's all of League in a nutshell. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, they were angry at me, but I died less than them in the end, and I'm like, I don't know what you want. I'm clearly recognizing there's a threat and to run away. You're the one forcing it and dying. It's maybe play smarter and you don't have that issue. Is there a mute chat option in League? I just do that in other games. Yes, there is. That was a game. So I haven't had chat on. They started pinging the crap out of me in that game, and so I turned the chat on finally in order to be able to see it. Normally, I don't have any issue. But man, they really wanted to flame me, so it is what it is. There's a trap. They probably would have flamed you for going in at low health if you didn't back. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, and that's like I said, I realized that these guys were just scapegoating for their own poor play, and I was just like it's annoying. It's something that I think like bothers me a little bit, but at the same time, now looking back, even already, like, you know, a couple hours later, I'm just like, I don't care. They were just bad. Like, It's fun to focus on shutting down enemy team plays, but sucks that you must then rely on the team to follow up. Yeah. Well, I definitely had a game like that where the game was very much on the ropes. We won in the end, but like I would go in, I would engage, I would group like 3 other people up. I'd have my ADC, my mid laner behind me, like all that, and they would just be like, "Oh god, that's 3 enemies." And I'm like, "No! Kill them!" Like, I'm literally sacrificing myself basically to group them all up so that you can get kills. And then they're like, I'm going to run away and let the engaged tank die. And then they would come back and they would get kills. And I'm like, you're just wasting the opportunity that you could have easily had. So it happens all the time. That's the problem with playing Rel. Rel's very much a team unit and people don't do it. Anyways, let me do my, don't want to bore everyone with League talk. Let me do my, my stuff here. Successful League reports should give you blue essence. I agree with that. Like I said, it's funny because I guarantee you I'm gonna get the like, oh, we've acted on your claim here in a second, like where they basically they tried to report me and they themselves are gonna be the ones that get reported. Trying to rank up as a support in low rank games, actual hell. It is. I actually did rank up though. I'm silver 3 now, which is good because I was worried that I was gonna fall to bronze, but now I'm up in silver 3. So, which, you know, again, I'll say this: a lot of the times I have people in Discord helping me because I'm like streaming the game, and they're pointing out certain things that I should do or not do. The biggest thing that I think I need help on in some of these games is what to build. Not necessarily like where to be. Most of the time I'm pretty good on that. Every once in a blue moon there'll be a point where like I'm overextended, but that's very rare for the most part. Usually how I end up dying if I get caught out is like it's probably because I'm trying to go ward the objective that my team is completely playing away from, and then I get caught by the enemy team. There's not a lot I can do about that though, because we gotta get like vision, right? That's kind of the issue with it. Yeah, we'll use the Valks here. You're officially average, so you'd say that, right? Now, Digi, what if I told you I started playing League a month or 2 ago? I'd say I'm doing pretty damn good. Most people keep telling me, why are you playing ranked? You shouldn't be playing ranked yet. I think I'm doing decent, considering, right? Like, I don't even know all the champions yet. Oh, we're back on JP, so I can turn my sound back on. Like, I'm not about to sit here and say, like, oh, I'm God tier or anything like that. I know I'm not. Memorizing weapon trees and knowing when to build is part of League that I've never picked up on. I think it's more knowing what you need for the situation at hand, and part of that is knowing what the enemy units do, and part of that's seeing what the enemy units are building. I can look at their items now and kind of have a idea about what they're building, but knowing what each unit does is the hardest part for me. Okay, we're gonna do it like that. That way I at least get to a Castoria NP. I feel completely lost when they switch up the items in the new season. Yeah, so League's about to get the biggest change it ever has. You know, and I say this short of probably like the actual visual changes to the map when they revamped it originally. But League is changing its map again. And they are completely redoing the itemization system. They're getting rid of mythics, not mimics. And they're functionally like they're functionally like giving everything an overhaul in that regard. So I think like balance is going to be crazy at the beginning of next season. So Sometimes diving right into the deep end and seeing what sticks can teach you a lot more about the game. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm very much a you know, feet in the fire type of guy with regards to that. I learn by doing and seeing way more than by reading. It's part of the reason that a lot of the like guides and stuff that I've watched have been on YouTube, because I get to see. I watch people as well that are like testing out the new stuff and trying to like get some sort of semblance of like, oh, this is how this works. So like, if I watch another content creator for League, I'm trying to watch people that that actually explain what they're doing. Because if you explain, then I know your logic, whether or not your logic is right. But if you don't explain, I might not know because I'm not a good enough player to be able to recognize stuff immediately. Those jungle changes intrigue me a lot. Yeah, honestly, the map changes are the thing that I think I'm most excited about. The new items scare me because they're actually already out on the PBE, the public beta server. And the new items are apparently making AP champions just like one-shot people. Like, I saw Karthus. Karthus is a unit that when he ults, it usually does like maybe 10 to 20% of a unit's health. And it's a map-wide ult, so it's meant to like finish someone off that managed to survive a fight. So a lot of the times, Karthus in your game is sort of this like ult bot that you need to just like, oh crap, we nearly killed him. Karthus ult, kill them, right? And that's usually what happens. I watched a video where Karthus ults and takes an Ashe from full HP to 40% of her HP. And then because he had an item called, I think it's Stormcaller, that gives a lightning proc whenever you deal more than 35% of a hero's health in like 2.5 seconds, he gets the lightning collar proc that dealt the remaining 40% and killed her. So like, she just went from I'm low-key just out here breathing oxygen to Edge. Just from one ult. So yeah, Veigar is also going to be really bad. It's why I've been banning Veigar in a lot of my games. People can't handle Baby Cage anyways. But like, so like just seeing that makes me go like, oh god, that is going to need some level of adjustment, because there's just no way you can have someone ulting and it just kills them from full health. Yeah, they're not perfect mirrors, Avalon, but they are mostly mirrored. So now, like, basically, like, blue side had this setup where, like, in the bot lane, there's, like, a tri-brush right here, okay? But now red side also has it where, like, say, like, this is the river right here. Red side also has a tri-bush, like, up here now, which is really cool. I actually like that, so... now it means that, like, you can gank both sides. Whereas before it was like, oh, are you playing red side? Yeah. The only way you're getting ganked is by somebody running into your turret or by them hopping over the wall. Now it's just like blue where, like, yeah, you could actually get ganked either way. Wait a minute. What am I missing there, chat? Why can I not do oh, because I gotta level up in Bond Cha-Cha. Shimata.
やあ、いらっしゃいだね、マスターくん。地道にコツコツやる？それとも盛大にリソースを使うのかな？
Well, that is what that is. There's nothing else I can do about that. I can level up my Cha-Cha. Unfortunately, had no have wait a minute. Low-key. Gonna do that right there. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough space, am I? Gotcha. Where are you at? Excited for Hui. Yeah, Hui is basically Invoker, as people have told me. The problem that we're seeing from the PBE is that Hui is also like basically two-tapping people. Granted, I saw a dude play Teemo on the PBE with the new AP items, and he... If you guys don't know Teemo, the only way I can describe Teemo to you is imagine a cute little furry like raccoon. And then imagine that the raccoon has mushrooms. And then imagine that the mushrooms do poison damage to anyone that steps near them. And then imagine that the raccoon has a blowgun that also deals poison damage. And then imagine that the raccoon has a flashbang. And then imagine that the raccoon also disappears when standing still. And then you realize that it's just war crimes. Because that's what Teemo is. Teemo is literally like the Varmint Kong, where he's hiding in the bushes and he's coming to get you. So, I literally watched a game where a Teemo would put down a shroom, and the shroom would kill people. Like his shroom dealt that much damage because he had various other items on that increased the amount of damage that they did, added additional burn procs to it, and then I guess due to the weird way that the items work now, that the procs from some of the other items would proc off of the other items, creating an infinite feedback loop where one tick would just be like, now you're dead. Like it was to the point that the rest of the team was even joking about it. Like the enemy team was like, I'm afraid to step foot out of base. I can't go in the jungle. One of them even joked saying, these shrooms ain't shit. And then like basically was commenting about how he just died from stepping on a mushroom. So, yeah, I get the feeling those are going to have to get adjusted. Like, there's just no way. Like, people can't play against it. Have you seen an Earth Teemo before? I have not. And I'm terrified to see it. I love playing Teemo late game. I hate Teemo late game. I hate Teemo and Shaco because the only way to counter them is with your sweeper, and you only get 2 charges of sweeper every, like, 90 seconds. So, it makes it very, very difficult to do anything other than use the sweeper to look for them. His ult is on like a 5-second cooldown on Earth. Oh, Jesus. That's... I mean, they did say that, like, the meme at this point is that people are just creating, like, Earth mode constantly. Which I've never played Earth mode, but I assume it's a, like, What's the Overwatch mode, chat, where you get, like, the ability to spam all of your abilities on, like, rapid fire cooldown? Because I know that's a thing. Oh my god, where is she? Right underneath. So when are you rolling for Surf Mo? I'll be rolling next Thursday is when the, like, so the banner goes live Wednesday night at reset, which will be the end of my stream. So I'll be rolling Thursday, the next day. I believe there's already an event on the Discord for it. Interesting cooldown, double attack speed, and infinite mana. Yeah, that seems a little broken. Okay, let's grab that. Only to realize that you should have died getting to where you are and now you're fucked. Yeah, because you don't remember how you got there. Make an ability draft. Essentially, it's a Dota mode, but there's a pool of 10 heroes where you take turns taking one ability each from the pool to make a custom hero. That sounds cancerous. Like, Like, I'm sure it's fun, but it all sounds crazy. I mean, what League has is ARAM, and ARAM is basically just all random, all mid. So you get random heroes, and everybody just runs it down mid and clashes into each other. There's no side lanes, there's no flanking. It's just mid lane, and it's hectic just based off that alone. ARAM is fun with friends. Yeah, I feel like spamming ARAM though gets like boring as all hell. In the sense that it's just like I think the thing that I actually do really like about League is the like macro strategy of it, and I think that's why I enjoy playing support, because I'm way more involved in that strategy. I would love to probably progress to the point that I could jungle, but I don't feel confident jungling until I know more of like the unit roster and kind of like I want to have at least seen everyone. Today I had my first game with a Twisted Fate. I had never seen Twisted Fate before that point. So I had no idea what Twisted Fate could do. I literally had to have someone in the Discord tell me like, yeah, this is what Twisted Fate does. It seems like your champ roster is super important for jungler. Actually, no. In most cases, depending on the patch, there are like good units, but there's units that have like historically been good. So the logic here is that you should have a pool of maybe like 4 to 5 units for each role that you are good at. And thus you can perform adequately. And honestly, I'd say there's 4 to 5 units for your main role. But if you get like backfilled into an off role, just have like 1 or 2 units that you can play well, and you should be okay. Yeah, the one that's apparently OP as fuck right now is actually Nocturne. Nocturne is really good just at the moment because he can just like jump into lanes. He darkens the screen. So what makes him so nice is that he darkens the screen for everybody on the enemy team. So even the people like let's say he's ganking bot lane. So he jumps on someone in the bot lane and you're fighting and you kill them, right? The people in the top lane don't know. He might be coming for them. The people in the mid lane don't know. He might be coming for them. So that's the problem that they have is like until that's over, everybody has to be like, whoa, okay, back off, right? Like, so he actually has a map-wide effect, which is kind of nice. Is Master Yi still good right now? Yeah, Master Yi is still good. Like, Master Yi is not the best jungler out there, but Master Yi is solid if you play him right. Never thought I'd hear Nocturne was actually good. Yeah, Nocturne is considered OP at the moment, which is interesting to me. He's definitely squishy, though. And I think Nocturne's issue is he has to go for picks. So, like, what he's going to need to do is he doesn't want a long, protracted team fight. Nocturne's going to want to, like, basically either hover on the edges of a team fight and pick people off, or get that first pick going into a team fight so that it becomes a 4v5 matchup really quick, right? Like, that's what Nocturne wants to do. Because Nocturne doesn't want to get caught out and killed himself. Chat, I'm just thinking here about what I need to do with Cha-Cha. But just a really quick talk about the Evocation Festival here. That's not the button I meant to press. And now it's going to get stuck loading for forever. Because I have no idea what I went into. Oh, apparently the thing I went into was LB7. So, Evocation Festival chat, you got Cha-Cha, you got Sakamoto Ryoma, you got Nightingale, which is actually really interesting because, and this is maybe the only criticism I could have for the Evocation Festival. Nightingale Santa should not be the first Santa that you get from this. We all know who the first Santa that you get from this should be. And she absolutely needs a buff. She absolutely could use some attention at this point. It's Santa Altar. Santa Altar is, you know, not returned since year 2. Everybody's going to want that. Oh, that's true. Kets was the first. I completely forgot about that. So in that regard, yeah, Kets probably should have been the first to come back. Because Kets never had the rerun. So I'm okay with that one. But Nightingale did. I'm not upset about it or anything like that. Just that I hope there's another Evocation Festival next month. and I hope that one has all the Santas in it. But we'll see, right? Like, so that's my only criticism here. No, wait, chat. I thought there was a third one, or sorry, a fourth one. Did we not get 4 units? Only 3? Okay. I don't know why I was thinking that. Yeah, you can see there. Honestly, I do like the art that they do for these. I think they're really nice. Unfortunately, I think this art goes unappreciated because the Evocation Festival is just a very straightforward thing. Yeah, it looks like you get missions. I'm just seeing if there's anything else here I missed. We got the 2 upgrades. Oh, interesting. They increased the bond point gain. That's actually interesting. You don't normally see them accelerating bond points like that. Either way, I got Sakamoto Ryoma's done. I did not get Cha-Cha's done, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. As for whether or not they needed to buff Nightingale Santa, I think there's justification to make a buff for her. The problem is that she is a welfare and she does stand above some of our other AoEs that exist out there in the game at the moment. Plus the fact that essentially she is a very solid, like, both damage dealer and support hybrid. So I don't think they actually want to buff her out of fear of making her too strong compared to some of her competitors. But certainly, I think they did hit the 2 that actually needed it. We're going to talk about those buffs right here. So let me just very quickly pop off. They should already have it here. Yes, thank you. So Cha-Cha ended up getting a nice buff. I'm not going to end up doing an analysis for these. I'd rather like to take it easy Thanksgiving week here. But again, Cha-Cha's a unit that I think has been plagued for a long time. I've had people ask me, is Cha-Cha bad? I don't really think Cha-Cha's bad, but I think Cha-Cha has always had a damage issue. This largely stems from the fact that Spartacus, for a long time, just outdamaged her. So you naturally run into problems when there's a 1-star unit that everybody can have at NP5, and you are a welfare, but you're somewhat limited in your availability. Now she's back with the Evocation Festival, everyone can get her, but that was sort of the issue that you had, is it was kind of like, why bring Cha-Cha when you can just do Spartacus? So it's kind of the same criticism that I have for even a unit like Phantom. Phantom's damage is actually so low on the AoE side of things that if you want to rely on Phantom as like your low-star AoE assassin, the problem that you have is Spartacus is a better low-star AoE assassin for just pure damage. So you run into some weird problems with stuff like that. Obviously, Cha-Cha's got the triple buster deck there. She ended up having originally a 10% NP regen and 50% extra charge from NP defense. You don't want to rely on this. This is a shit design choice, straight up. You never, ever, 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 ever want your squishy berserker to get hit if you can help it. So they already have high NP charge defense. Increasing that by 50% means it's getting changed to 7.5% functionally. So it is fairly high, but it just means that if something gets to wail on her, you'll get a lot of NP charge. But if something gets to wail on her, she's probably not living because she doesn't really have any sort of hard defense in her kit. So it was never a good design choice the way they had this skill. I am actually glad that they targeted it. As you can see here, they actually increased the amount of charge to 20% per turn for 3 turns. That's not bad. This basically changes her from being 20% in a 3-turn scenario to now she is a 40% charger. And then obviously if you manage to get the full 3 turns of duration, aka making it to turn 4, you would even have 60%. So that's definitely solid. This brings her a little bit in line with units like, say, Penth or even Berserker, Brynhild. So I think there is some decent justification for this, and I think it's okay. They then also come back in and add a nice steroid of buff performance for 3 turns by 30%. Yeah, I want to make something clear. If you ever see a steroid come out of anywhere on any unit that didn't exist before, and that sum total is greater than 20%, it's the devs' way of saying they fucked up. Okay? It's straight up them basically admitting Cha-Cha's damage was poop, and they needed to adjust it. This is going to help her quite a bit. The problem with this is, as you start to look, her second skill isn't that great. It's stars per turn. She doesn't really get any sort of star soak. She does, however, get the ability to reduce the rest of the party's critical star absorption. Still not enough. It's not going to actually work or make Cha-Cha soak stars because she's a Berserker, and Berserkers have abysmal star absorption. So even if you reduce, say, any other unit, let's say the average is 100 star absorption, chat. If you reduce any other unit by 50%, guess what? They still have 50 star absorption, which beats your 10. So they are still going to soak almost all the stars from you. So it is what it is. This just is another crappy thing that could be targeted for an upgrade eventually. The problem that we had is her only real damage amplifier here was this. Her third skill is the reduction to 1 enemy's defense every turn for 5 turns. So the problem that you have is it has a huge windup, and it stacks over time. So you can see, turn 1 it was 10, turn 2 15, turn 3 20, turn 4 25, and turn 5 30. Again, at max rank, it's basically the same base of 10% on turn 1, which sucks because it doesn't scale up. And then by turn 5, it's a whopping 50%, which is strong. Problem is, that would require you to face tank with Cha-Cha for 5 turns, which is not going to happen. Cha-Cha only has 11k health. Cha-Cha does not have heal. Cha-Cha does not have hard defense. Cha-Cha go die. That's the problem that you have with this. So getting her to the 5th turn without some form of protection is just not going to happen. Even then, it also requires you to be hitting the same enemy for 5 turns in order to keep the stack multiplying, which can only happen because you're using Cha-Cha and her insanely low damage. So I've not had the highest opinion of Cha-Cha in terms of unit performance because her design just misses the mark. It really felt like the devs had no clue what they were doing, and they were terrified to actually give the community an AoE welfare. She was our first AoE Berserker welfare, and I think that scared them. They didn't want to hand something like that out for free, because even back in the original year 1 of FGO, people were still all aboard that Berserker meme. In fact, I had to fight hard to get people to realize that you needed something more than Berserkers back in the day. Because there were people that were just like, man, I'm just going to take a Berserker to every node. Why do I even need actual classes? So it is what it is. Now people, I think, finally recognize that need, but like I said, I think the devs were a little bit afraid of making Cha-Cha too strong. Nowadays, Cha-Cha too weak, so they definitely came in, gave her a 30% steroid out of nowhere, and improved her charge per turn, which I think helps. Avalon sent me some numbers on her. I'm gonna get you guys some idea here. So Cha-Cha's old numbers in the optimal setup used to be 34k on wave 1, 55k on wave 2, and 178k on wave 3. That's with 2 times Oberon, though. So prior to Oberon, yeah, that third number sounds good, but let me tell you, it would have been a lot lower. With the new setup here, you're running still Koyan and double Oberon, but basically this is going to amplify the damage up to 200k in wave 3. So it's wave 1's 41k to the old 34k. Wave 2 is 66k to the old 55k. and wave 3 is 200k to the old 178k. So this does make a difference, does help out, and I think it is nice. And that's, I believe, sorry. That's with the defense down. Or sorry, without the defense down. With the defense down, it actually goes up even higher. So, yeah. So, comparatively, Spartacus is sitting at 50k. T'Chacha's 41k post-buff on wave 1. 60k to Cha-Cha, 66k, so Cha-Cha's already passed him by wave 2. And then 199k to Cha-Cha's 200k in wave 3. So they're roughly even, but then if you stack in the defense down there, Cha-Cha jumps up to 216k, so Cha-Cha does beat Spartacus finally, which is good. That is something that you needed. Whether or not Cha-Cha beats other Berserkers is another matter entirely, but I think it's still going to be a decent tool to have as a welfare, right? Comparatively against Summer Bryn, same sort of setup, K-Scope, Oberon, Plug Suit, yada, yada, yada. You're looking at 30k for Wave 1 for Summer Bryn compared to 34k for Cha-Cha. 49k on Wave 2 compared to 55k for Cha-Cha. And 142k for Bryn compared to Cha-Cha's 178k. Sorry, those were the old numbers I was reading, actually. It's compared to 200k. Sounds low. Keep in mind, that's assuming a Cha-Cha NP5 versus an NP1 Bryn. I'm not going to say it's going to make the entire difference if you get NP5 Bryn, but it certainly would help, and that is a factor there. So it is understandable, because I think like even at NP2, she already jumps up to 189k. So it stands within reason that she probably does outscale. But it is what it is, right? Like, and those were just the two that Avalon gave me. I'm not going to ask Avalon to do more because, chat, your higher rarity welfare should outscale Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha, even after this buff, still not in the best place. This helps her out a lot, though. Cha-Cha is now, I would say, usable. Before this point, I would not advise anyone to use Cha-Cha. After this point, I can now say Cha-Cha's pretty usable. Will she be your best AoE Berserker? Probably not. But if you're a newer player or you just don't have a lot of good AoE Berserkers, yes, she can fulfill that role now for you. Doubly so if you have the supports to actually allow her to 3-turn and stuff like that. If you're not 3-turning with her, I'm going to question what you're doing, only because of, as we've already talked about, this issue and the lack of hard defense. Cha-Cha is not going to have a good time for you if you don't have some way of protecting her. Be very careful about that. I always believed in Cha-Cha, yeah. But like I said, I'm happy that they came in and actually gave Cha-Cha a buff. They did buff this skill. It definitely needed it, because this skill was just crap. Second skill still crap. Third skill is okay. I think it just isn't designed well. But the third skill is actually, like, low-key her best skill. Now, not anymore. Now you actually have a buff to Golden Rule. Okay, and then the other buff here was Sakamoto Ryoma. Now, Ryoma has been a very interesting unit, and I'm speaking purely from memory here. Ryoma loses to a lot of 3-star riders. That has long been Ryoma's issue, and as a result, unless you were using Ryoma for his supportive qualities, there really was no point to using Ryoma. So you used him because he gave party charge, because he gave party arts and a charisma, not because you actually just wanted, flat out damage and loopability on Ryoma. That was less of a thing. So, and this was the case even when he came out, chat. Like not, oh, now with Castoria. No, this was the case when he came out. Now with Castoria, he's arguably in a better place because you can make him pop off a little bit better. But still, there definitely is some issues there in terms of, like, that performance comparatively in terms of just damage. I don't think damage is everything, and this is why you still saw Ryoma getting used. But it certainly hurt his odds of being used in the end, because I think a lot of people had just better options. And he's not even the best supportive rider, as there are obviously better choices in the way of Reigns or even something like Ozzy. So there are people that I think can stack up against him a little bit better. So they came in and they gave Ryoma the thing that he really low-key needed the most. I was talking with, I think, Prophet before stream, and Prophet was saying he had hoped that that they had done more in the way of Ryoma's like support. I don't disagree with that. I think Ryoma could use some love in the skills department, right? He's got just generic charisma. He basically has party charge of 10%. This should be 20 in order to let him have any sort of comparability to Ozzy. Should he compare to Ozzy? I don't know. I'm going to say even if you gave Ryoma 20% charge here for the party, people would still be taking Ozzy over him just because of damage and because of utility. So even if you gave that to him, I'm not sure it's the end of the world. It increases the party's debuff resistance as well. And then his third one here is Art's performance for 3 turns with the ability to gain critical stars. I think this is low-key his best skill. The problem with this is that it's a very low modifier, and the star bomb being attached to it's somewhat weird. It is nice to have stars on an Arts unit, but I don't think it was ever the best setup in that regard in terms of pairing. Now, again, you can kind of see that means that he basically doesn't have a whole lot going for him in the way of steroids. In fact, the amount of steroids that he has seemingly would indicate he's an AoE rider. And that's kind of one of the issues I've had with him. He is a single target rider, but they itemize him like he's AoE. They make his kit that way. He's also only got the 2 arts cards, so forming triple arts chains, not the easiest with Ryoma. And that, I'm going to say, is a mistake on their part. The extra buster card should probably not have been a thing. If he had the extra arts card here instead, that would have made Ryoma a much more intriguing and interesting choice in terms of both supporting setups as well as main damage dealer. Now, instead, what they chose to do instead of buffing his skills, though, was come in here and buff his NP. You can see Ryoma had the base 1900 to 1500 set up here. Again, he just dealt damage to one enemy and reduced their NP, had a chance to reduce their NP gauge by 1, but it was only 60%. So this is even less of a chance than Squirtoria has, and he is not nearly as loopable of a unit as Squirtoria is. So that kind of is one of his issues, is a lot of his kit here with regards to the NP was just kind of unreliable and low damage. Then he ends up getting the buff. This buff ends up making him deal more damage, as now he gets the standard amount here, as you can see. So basically, NP2 became NP1 and NP5 became NP2. So you're going to see 1200 and 1500 right here. And then obviously it scales up. You guys will be using your NP5, I hope, for the 1800 modifier there, which is good. They also ended up moving his overcharge effect onto his actual NP and making it a guaranteed drain. This is a stellar improvement for him. Now you can rely on this. And drain is something that is really nice because it cannot be resisted. It cannot be blocked. Drain just happens. It is not a debuff, which is really good. There are some out there like Proto Merlins that are a debuff, so that could be resisted. But most of the time, you end up with a scenario like this where it just occurs and it goes off and there's no way to block it, which is really, really good. And then they instead changed his overcharge effect to gaining critical stars. So now he gains 10 base, and obviously if you got more overcharge in here, you could get more. I'm going to say the 10 base is a little bit weak, but I'm okay with this in the grand scheme of the things because he is a welfare, he is a free unit, he doesn't need to be the most OP thing ever. So this is a absolute like A+ for an upgrade for me. I 100% think that they did what they needed to do with Ryoma, and this is going to help him out a ton. If you were to ask me to grade Cha-Cha's upgrade, on the other hand, I think they did what they needed to do, but it's still not enough because Cha-Cha was just in such a weird state. So they do need to give Cha-Cha more attention eventually, but I'm going to say Cha-Cha's buff's also good. I'd give that one like a, I don't know, like a B or a B+ at that point. But Ryoma's is perfect. It is the best thing that they could have done for him, because this is going to allow him to pop off a little bit more. So basically, the optimal setup with Ryoma was 2x Castoria with an Oberon and a K-Scope if you wanted to 3-turn. Remember, he's single target, so 3-turning with a single target's not super common, but hey, maybe it's a boss enemy with break bars, and so you maybe have to do that. In his old setup for Wave 1 at NP5, you'd be looking at about 102k on Wave 1. Now with the improvement, you're looking at 123k. So definitely a lot better there. Wave 2, you're looking at 179k. And then with the new buff here, you're going to be looking at 214k, which is definitely a lot better. And then in Wave 3, you ended up with a whopping 310k in the old setup, if you will, versus 372k. So you can see the scaling gets a little bit wider over time. This is very natural. It's because this NP scales better now. So it's going to happen in that regard. So that was with K-Scope. You can start them out with a 60% C. The numbers are roughly the same here, though, so I'm going to assume that Avalon did not assume a damage CE. 3 setups that work, yeah. So it sounds like you can start him with a 60%. Since you're doing double Castoria there, that's pretty easy to pull off. Also, keep in mind, too, chat, as a welfare, you're guaranteed to get his coins. So lowering the mana loading is not the worst thing in the world, and you could potentially get away with it. He may or may not need it. I'd have to look at Avalon's numbers here. Is the Arc NEC or Battle Olympia? Okay, Battle Olympia would help, because Battle Olympia should give, what is that? 10% arts, or is it 8? I don't remember. But either way, should help. And that will obviously skew his numbers upward a little bit from there. So comparing him, you basically end up with, and I'm just going to look at sort of that base K-Scope one. We can stretch it if we need to. But so again, so Ryoma's damage numbers, and this is going across Wave 1, Wave 2, Wave 3, right? So Ryoma is basically looking at 123. 214 and 372. Okay? That's how much damage he's dealing. Comparatively, you've got Mandricardo over here in his 3-turn setup doing 115, 193, and 345. So now he's outscaling Mandricardo, whereas before, chat, I'm not sure he did. NP1 Rider Murasaki, so numbers are going to be a little bit lower here because it's NP1 of a 4-star compared to NP5 of a 5-star, or sorry, of a 4-star. You're looking at about 71k, 108k, and 336k. So definitely peaking a lot better there in the 3rd turn. That's probably because the 3rd turn is where we decided to use the debuffs, because Murasaki Rider is a debuff-centric unit, so that's why she'll scale really good. And low-key, this actually goes up quite a bit more, as you'd be looking at 104k, 146k, and 454k. All of which pretty... Well, sorry, actually, just the final wave. I thought the other ones did, but just the final wave there. Basically, if Murasaki's up against an Earth target. So, again, there is the capability there for getting more damage potential. But, yeah, it definitely depends. And, obviously, if you had multiple P levels of Murasaki, this would help her out quite a bit. Nemo, on the other hand, and this is going to take a graph all on its own, so let's just go ahead and plot that out. So again, this is Ryoma's numbers. $123, $214, $372. Oh shit, I actually have to do that in order to move it. But basically, looking at Nemo, chat, he's got normal, water, supergiant, waters plus supergiant. I'm just going to talk normal numbers here and understand that from there, it's going to go up. So Nemo's at 104k, which is lower, 231k, which is higher, and 407k, which is higher on normal numbers in P1. So Nemo's a little bit more known for damage, though. Not like as much as someone like, again, like Ozzy or something like that, but Nemo is definitely a little bit more in that direction. He is a 5-star. He is permanent. So it's certainly possible that you could have multiple NP levels of him. If you did, he'd be even more cracked. If you had one of his niches, he'd be even more cracked. So keep that in mind that NP1 of Nemo will still outscale Ryoma. And that's the problem right there, chat. This isn't actually a huge issue. I'm A-okay with it. The issue is, even after a buff like that, he's still behind pretty significantly. And the reason why is because Ryoma was that far behind to begin with. And that's why I said this is a good buff for Ryoma. This makes him a lot more usable. This puts him in contention with some of his 3-star and 4-star counterparts. 5-stars still gonna outshine him because the 5-star riders do pretty decent jobs. Kentucky, comparatively here, you're looking at 178k, so this is another welfare. 231k, and then 400, no, sorry, I messed it up. 244k, and then 430k. So, yeah, that's going to be the big comparison and the big issue there. That if you have the optimal setup for a unit like Rider Kentucky is going to beat Ryoma. This has just sort of been an issue, and I think that's where it may be smarter for them in the future to now start leaning into his support capabilities with buffs for him. But his damage is certainly a lot more competitive than it used to be. It's not the best. It is a lot more competitive comparatively in doing this. And part of that is going to be that Rider Kentucky can actually do some pretty nasty stuff. But it is what it is. Kentucky's always been a strong unit. And then there's Cinderelli. Cinderelli is up here at 137k, at 181k, and 552. And this is, of course, assuming optimal setup. So you're getting double Koyan and Oberon for something like that with cranking. So this is why, again, that Buster synergy is just going to outshine even a Kentucky. But that's why I've said, you missed his Ocean Flyer setup. Did I? Oh, yeah, if you have the mana loading. Okay. So mana loading would put him at 146, 197, and 444. So, yeah, that would definitely puts him... Wait, sorry, 444, not 447. So that definitely puts him a lot more in contention. That's his best setup now? Yeah. And so that, chat, the one that he's referring to is Ocean Flyer at level 100, a level 10 Neo Plug Suit, double Castoria and Oberon. Certainly, you might not have the CE maxed out. You might not have your Plug Suit leveled all the way up. You might not have every single one of those supports. But that just means, hey, this is kind of what you can do in an optimal setup. And I think that's okay. So that actually is better. That does put him in a lot better spot. Being able to access those 50% Cs usually makes a huge difference, because a lot of the 50% Cs have at least 20% in terms of additional modifiers. Something that you're not going to get on an 80% or 100% charge CE. You might get all attack on something like a K-Scope, but you can get all attack usually on your good 50% Cs. That's why being able to touch them really does matter. And again, I think that's a good thing for him. So, yeah, he's actually in a better place than I thought. Well, actually, hold on then. So... yeah, he actually will beat Nemo then. Yeah, it's pretty wild the amount of damage difference that makes. A pen being easily available makes it possible. Yeah. He's better than where he was. He's a viable option. Yeah, now he's actually a good option. Like, that really did make all the difference in the world for him. being able to touch a better... So getting an NP interlude is already a huge amount of damage. Being able to touch a better craft essence also signifies more damage, right? That's where that's really, really helpful. He gets basically a nice double dip off this upgrade. And again, we see that sometimes, right? Like, it's, you know, when you start talking about a unit like, say, Salter, where her upgrade allowed her to touch Black Grail. That right there is a classic example of like, oh man, this upgrade was not only good, it propelled her into a better situation that made her even better. So we have this sometimes with some of our upgrades, and I do think this is good. Again, he's a 4-hit NP as well, so you might be able to get some overcharge, but he's probably not going to charge too much in terms of refund off of his actual NP. He's only got a 0.56, so it's nothing crazy. But again, double Castoria type setups, you can usually get some decent charge there. And again, Oberon to brute force it in the end is, I think, okay. So. Those are 1-1-1 scenarios, but still nice to see improvement. Yeah, I think that's actually a lot better than I was thinking. So, like I said, I think these two buffs are good. I think Chacha's still got a ways to go. I had been saying I thought Ryoma still needed some work there, but no, this definitely makes him a lot better, and maybe they don't need to lean as much into the support category now, since he basically has that level of damage there. So I think that really, really will help him. Chacha could use another buff, yeah. So anyways, those are your two buffs. I low-key kind of ended up spending a long time on Ryoma there. We ended up almost doing a complete analysis on him, but it is what it is. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, I am A-okay with them doing this. I'm A-okay with them doing Evocation festivals. They need to do upgrades every time they're doing an Evocation festival. If they don't, we should yell at them. Because most of these units that they're bringing back, chat, are already outclassed by newer welfares. So it is important to kind of bring them back into the fold. Especially because I think if you consider this, that your welfares are sort of the... Did I just... Yes, I did just close my dashboard. Hold on. There we go. I think that your welfares are sort of how the new player ends up getting online faster. If they can actually tap into the welfares, that's good. The problem that you're going to have is whenever they can only get certain welfares, and the welfares that they can get are just behind the ball and won't really cut it in like newer content. So with a setup like this, Ryoma could absolutely be taking on someone like Demeter in Lost Belt 5. Prior to that point, have fun. Like, you're going to probably struggle to be able to break her bars in time. Now, I think the damage capacity is there. So I do think this helps. Unfortunately, I didn't buff anyone in the first evocation. Yeah, I think part of the reason for this is I think they've started hearing the feedback from players that are tired of units not getting buffed, right? Like, we've seen it where people are complaining now every time you have a event that involves old units and they don't touch the old units, because inevitably there's like one or two of them in there that could really use some love. So I think the devs are beginning to hear that feedback, and I think they're slowly beginning to do something about it, right? Because, like, you know, the response to feedback like something like this may be from like months ago at this point, but I do think that sort of thing helps, right? So like there is a point, and I'm not going to say that y'all need to be doom and gloom on the game or anything, but there is a point where, yes, we should demand a little bit more out of the devs. We should get on to them about certain things, and we should say, hey, look, why aren't you doing what you said you're going to do? You said you were going to buff when it was, you know, relevant to do so. There is no more relevant time than now. Why are you not buffing, right? It's been seeming random, but mostly no buffs. Yeah, and I think, like, I think at least that's why you're seeing them do it in the Evocation Festival. I hope they start to do it more, right? It tells me that at least they're cognizant of it. They know, they understand that that's an issue. Whether or not they agree with the community on certain things, that just depends, right? We need a welfare support servant. So you have one. It's called Da Vinci Ruler. And the problem is you're never going to get like a 50% charge or welfare. The closest that you're going to get in that regard, chat, is like waiver on your initial SSR ticket. You're not going to get like a true 50% charging welfare. Yeah, you'll get a unit like Shufu, right? Like you'll get like basically supports that are lower quality, if you will, lower rarity, but you're not going to get like that meta broken 50% support that also does like card type steroid and stuff like that. It's not going to be a thing. We got Irie now? Yeah, and actually, chat, I've said this before, but like Iris Veal is low-key one of the best supports they could give out. I know. Okay, I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking, but CAD Iris Veal's not that good. Hear me out. With Iris Veal being guaranteeable, with MASH, and potentially even like waiver, right? But let's go ahead and remove waiver. Let's just say Iris Veal, MASH, and a support. And what I mean when I say support is not a support unit, a unit from your support list, a friends unit. With those three elements, you've made a stall team. Prior to Iris Veal being available, they couldn't guarantee that players could make a stall team, which is whack. Like, it's crazy to me that they spent so long on making Iris Veal permanent, because to me, she should have been one of the first ones. I remember beating content with Mash and Irie. Yep. So now you actually have this ability to say, hey, look, now we can make content that requires stall because we know all of our players can have it. Whereas before, out of a problem. Chat, I remember doing the King Protea fight in the CCC rerun. I remember the only reason I could do it on JP is because I had Iris Veal. I remember tons of other people complaining that they could not stall the fight long enough to even get to that point. So, it really does help. What new buffs happening? You just missed me talking about all of them. You can go back in the VOD if you want the full rundown, but basically Ryoma got an NP interlude, and Cha-Cha actually got a new 30% steroid. That's going to help her out. Legit, how I finished part 1, I started Fate Zero rerun, and she was my first welfare. Yeah, and that's, like I said, I think a lot of people kind of run into that sort of issue where they go like, oh crud, I'm not quite able to stall it out. I think an experienced player can do it. I think a new player can't, right? It gets a lot harder on a new player. Because, like, an experienced player could sit there and start working in things like Hans, basically trying to find various ways to, like, I don't know, mix in a tank or something like that. But most of your new players aren't going to have those people leveled. They're like maybe Hans, right? But like they're not necessarily going to have like every tank leveled like Leonidas or George or something like that. They're not going to necessarily have like Qingong strats and stuff up and running. So it really depends on what their priorities are. And as a result, I think having a 4-star that is just guaranteeable is a good thing for, you know, being able to make a coherent stall comp. That being said, Iris Veal needs another buff. They did, if I remember correctly, yeah, they did buff Cup of Heaven here, which is nice. She definitely needed a 50% charge. Problem is, it's still on a shit cooldown. But they honestly need to give Iris Veal another buff still. And what I would do with her, Gat, you got 50% charge at a 7-turn cooldown. Cool. Do it here if you want. Is what it is. Give her charge per turn. Iris Veil's NP gain rate sucks. It's very difficult to get Iris Veil to an NP without abusing Triple Arch chains. And not her own. No, you need to, like, get that extra 20% charge from pairing her singular arts card with 2 other arts cards from someone else, because her arts card performance is not that good. So. Yeah, the only time it's pretty decent is actually when you have this popped, and it's still only a 30% increase. So. Arisville really needs that 10% per turn. See, yes, I have to run Prisma Cosmos on her. I cannot use her. Like, it is non-negotiable. And that I think is the bigger issue, is that, like, newer players might not have something like that. I used her own S2 and her own triple arts, and it didn't even give a lot done. Yeah, I know. It's pretty nasty. Is Sonic in here? Gotta tell him something? He might be. He must be sleeping. Her daughter is required to flourish. That's poetic, I guess. No. You don't have to have the daughter. But, like, it's just really interesting to me. So I can criticize, like, the order that they've given stuff out for the Evocation festivals, but I'm okay with it, right? Like, just keep doing it. Give us all of them eventually. I think, low-key, chat, I think this is probably the reason that the devs are, like, very hesitant this year. This is their Road to 7 gimmick this year. And I'm going to say this, chat. Last year they stalled for Road to 7. This year they're stalling for Evocation Festival. What do you guys think will happen next year? Do you think they'll return to year 6? Or do you think it's going to be more of the same? Because I'm of the opinion that it's going to be more of the same. I think this is their new modus operandi. This is how they operate, chat. It's basically their way of stalling and padding content. So they'll just come up with a new thing, a new gimmick to work on that they'll stall with. Road to Ordeal Call 2? No! Stalling for Ren? Yeah. I mean, chat, if you don't get a big story release in January, I think we probably reserve the right at this point to call out the devs, because the devs have been giving story every 6 months. Whether or not it's a main story chapter or not, they have been giving a story, like, event. And I say not event as in an event, but like a story, like, thing every 6 months. So, like, you look right now on an A chat, and you basically had LB6 come out, then you're going into Tunguska, then from there you're going into 6.5, then from there you're going into 7. Sorry, I said 6, but I totally wrote 7 there. Then from there you're going into Ordeal Call Part 1, right? So, like, at this point, if they go too far from Ordeal Call 1 without that, I think we deserve the right to basically call them out, because they are actually slow playing even story at that point. We should already be calling out the devs. Yeah, I agree. We know they have streams for V-Day and CVC scheduled already, so something's got to be in January. Wait, how do you already know that? I'm sus of that. We compare FGO to other gacha games in general, they're actually very good at releasing content. Wait, you mean FGO or you mean other gacha games? They have the dates on their Winter Caravan website. Ah, that's weird. That's very weird. But yeah. Normally they don't give us that sort of clairvoyance. Especially not on JP. We haven't even had Winter Caravan stream yet. Keep in mind too, chat, most of their Winter Caravan streams are not that big of a deal, right? Hello, Rando. How's it going? I think, like... I think most of what Winter Caravan is like Japanese localized publicity. And most of the time they were comparing it with like drama logs and stuff from last year, which I'll be very curious to see how NA handles that. I get the feeling NA is just going to be like, here's a campaign and it comes with a drama log. And that's it. Like, I think you might get like some, you know, like half cost campaigns, stuff like that, but I don't think they're going to do anything else. Right before when CBC normally happens. Okay, well, be careful on that. And the only reason why I say that is because they definitely had like Winter Festival straight into like a normal event stream sometimes. Sometimes they did the stuff at the Winter Festival. Sometimes they like back-to-backed it. Be careful, because it may not actually be the stream, right? Normally, I don't like to talk about other content creators. Even so, the banners on JP are meh at the moment. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get an easy agreeance from me on that, considering this. Y'all know I've criticized them at this point. They are milking LB6 way too hard. Even 2 years later, they are still milking it. It's kind of wild to me. I don't know why. I am going to say that the Ordeal Call campaign, kind of nice. But, like, outside of that, yeah, I think that's going to be an issue. I am a lot more curious about this. I am way more curious as to what's going to happen at Guda Guda. So. Still waiting for my BB and Ultra coins? Yeah, and that's... Yeah, you guys remember when I was originally talking about how the coin system, they're not done with it yet? Until they give you BB coins, they're not. Right? Like, they like people can say, like, oh, they're never going to fix a cat. I'm like, they might not. But until they actually give you the BB coins that they are completely missing, I have no idea what the heck they plan to do. Santa Attila coins? Yeah. Holy shit, they remember BB? No. Milk it until people stop rolling LB6 units. Yeah, and I think that's one of the issues that they have at this point. Chat, low-key, won't be surprised if, like, now we have a new Melisson beater that comes out in Guda. Like, what if it's like 5-star Weisugi Kenshin? And she's a, like, AoE Arts Lancer that just, like, blows the top off of everything. And does even more damage than Melisson. That would make this campaign look really smart. Oh. And I'm not saying that'll happen, but, like, there are things that the devs do that we don't have the clairvoyance, we're not privy to, right? We're not the fly on their wall, so we can't tell why they made the decision. So that's the only thing that I can tell you is always understand that the devs may have an ulterior motive that you can't see. And usually we can see these when we look back, but not like in the moment. Gotta get Mello in one more time before people stop using her. I don't think people will stop using her so much as just like... It's a very, like, obvious tactic that they've used several times. Maybe we get Monkey in the event. I mean, Monkey's always been a possibility. He's been mentioned several times. But I don't think it's crazy to assume Hideyoshi. Same thing with like Akechi. And there's various other people, chat. Who knows? Chat, you want to know the biggest copium for Guda? The biggest copium. Anyone got any guess? GP Summer was 3 months ago. Yep. Coins? Well, yeah, sure. That's actually copium. Another Medusa variant? That is definitely copium. That's still not the biggest. The biggest copium is this, chat. It is. He can exist. I'm just saying it is. To be honest, I forgot Maxwell's Demon exists. I know, but there's people that like really want it, right? And that's why like I think it is probably the biggest copium. Because I don't see them going back to it. It presents a lot of lore issues with them. Yes, quantum physics, yeah. Sengoku Rants crossover? I would love a Sengoku Rants parody. For obvious reasons. We just saw him again in the Okina upgrade. Yeah, they haven't forgotten about him. I don't think they're gonna give you him as a unit. Guda in PC jail has some good potential. Yeah, and they've like there's always units in NPC jail for Guda, which is like again, I always go back to the person complaining that Takasugi like didn't get released in Guda 6 and that they were quitting the game over it. Because like it's not like that's anything new. Like there's always new characters presented in Guda that we don't get. Like sometimes we get them years later, sometimes we don't. It just is what it is. Like you kind of know that going in. Oh, sorry, Aggressive. Looks like Nightbot got you. It probably just caps. I have no idea why though. Sometimes we still don't have NPCs from year 2. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, chat, we still don't have, what's his face, Shibata from Guda 4? Yep, or Agravain. We don't have most of Guda 6? Yeah. Shibata Santa? I mean, that one would, like, low-key be hilarious and make sense due to his design, but I would still feel ripped off by that. I would still wish that it were another unit. Mitsuhide been in NPC jail, like, the longest time? Yeah. Maxwell's Demon is 100% an NP charger. Yes, I agree with that, but will you get it is the other problem, right? Like I said, I think they would have problems trying to actually put that in and make that be legit. Like, I'm going to say this. If you see Maxwell's Demon in the game, like, because I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's copium. But if you were to ever see him in the game as a unit, I think at that point, we kind of know. we kind of know that, like, the lore is getting crazy. They may be, like, getting close to wrapping FGO up. It's kind of like the old Arcuid argument. Remember, chat, when people were like, Arcuid's in the game, FGO is ending? And most of that was a meme, but some people actually took it seriously. I think, like, if you see something like Maximal's Demon in the game, I think you can at least assume that, like, yeah, they've exploited what they want to exploit at that point. We just need a good explanation, so like we never did it before. Honestly, the best way would be to, like, limit it somehow, narratively. Hear me out, Santanobu or Kagetora? Yeah, I was talking about that the other day, Wolfie. Also, hello. What's next released Angry Mangyu? You want another one? That Famitsu pull around Danny too? Wait, what Famitsu pull? You're talking about for like units people want? Yeah. No, I'm not gonna ask that because that'll lead to spoilers in chat. Oh, Santa to go. Yeah. Yeah, this is literally what I retweeted. I retweeted this earlier today. I'm not going to go into my mentions because who knows what I'll see there. But, like, straight up, someone linked this in chat yesterday. It's like, I think it's perfectly acceptable and doable. I'm sure people would love it. Low key, though, chat, and I'm going to say this. I actually love Nagao Kagetora's character. I want to see them go more in depth with adult Nagao, though, aka Weisugi Kenshin. I want to see the progression and how the character actually acts as Bishamonten. Because I think that would be freaking amazing, right? Like, because Bishamonten is basically Japanese war god. So, like, you could do some crazy stuff with that. Weird coincidence that they have a Nightingale reference on that cover. It's not a Nightingale reference. Nightingale is a reference to this. Like, straight up. Actually, no, this is only 2019, so it may. When was Nightingale Christmas? $2019. Holy shit. So yeah. Yeah. It low-key may be. May actually see the date on this. Yeah. Nightingale Christmas came out on November 28th. So it does predate this. And even if it didn't, it's close enough in timing there that you could reasonably say that, like, they probably already knew of the design. So that's really interesting. Do you think we're done with the Fairy Knights and their story now entirely? I'm gonna say this. I honestly kind of hope so. Like, and I'm not saying that to, like, shit on the Fairy Knights. I'm saying that because FGO has, like, milked it way too hard. FGO does need to move on. Like, I'm gonna tell you this, like, from a narrative standpoint, FGO has some major issues. One is it's really stuck in Lost Belt. Okay? Two is it's really stuck on the beasts. And three is that it basically keeps doing the same tropes over and over again. They really need to mix things up to change things and get something new and intriguing in here story-wise. So I don't really want to see them revisiting the same stuff they've been doing, right? In fact, I hate to say this, but I think you can even draw some analogs between basically Singularity 6 and Lost Belt 6. And then Singularity 7 and Lost Belt 7. And so the problem that we have here is if they do this again, if they go to a part 3 and they go like, hey, guess what, guys? We're doing it again, then it ends up being a repeat. And they're kind of like the Star Wars prequels where everyone's just like, wait, you're just doing the same thing again. Sorry, not prequels, sequels. So, like, that's a little bit worrisome to me. Bao and Morgan had their own events. Now it's Barghest's turn. I mean, I'd be okay with that to a degree, right? I would want it to be something more than just now it's Barghest's turn. But yeah, I'd say at that point, like, I don't really want to see them go back to it. I really want to see them do more stuff, right? Holy Night Supper is still a PSL in 2023. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, the Holy Night Supper is going to be better than most craft essences you have. The only craft essences that should exceed it are basically Ocean Flyer and Cranking, as far as the 50% CE goes. Everything else should basically lose to it. You could maybe say, well, that's not true. You could maybe say certain things like Aerial Drive, right, in the right set of circumstances, could lose to it. What about Suzuka Thighs? Suzuka Thighs is objectively worse. So here's the issue with Suzuka Thighs. Both of them have 15% NP damage. Both of them have 1000 attack. Both of them have 50% charge. Where they differ is that Holy Night Supper has 15% crit to all versus Heavenly Demon Thighs has 20% crit to arts. Chat, I will take the 15% to all over 20% to one card type any day. Vitra's OF is better. It's great because I realized that abbreviation is Ocean Flyer, but I straight up keep reading that as Vitra's OnlyFans is better. And I'm like, I bet it is. Time for the Lily Fairy Knights? No. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't want to see them keep doing the same concept over and over again. I would like for them to move on, right? And I'm not saying they can't do, like, Britain or anything Arthurian or anything fairy ever again. I want to see them start moving in different directions than they currently are. I don't want to see them loop back and do the same thing again, right? Milk LB7 instead. I mean, honestly, yeah, it's like kind of wild that they haven't. But I think they're trying to give LB7 some time in the same way that they gave LB6 some time. They want to give people a chance to be done with it. I don't think the LB7 cast was as popular. You are correct. The LB7 cast was not as popular as LB6. That being said, LB7's cast was still super popular. It's just that, like, LB6 cast may be the most popular in the game outside of, like, the original characters, right? Next Britain should be a prototype. Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with something like that. At least we're going to do another British Lost Belt. Make it a prototype, right? Like, so that it goes in a completely different direction involving different characters. I think that'd be cool, right? I don't mind them doing Britain again. Don't do Fairy Britain again. Don't do, Jerusalem Britain again, which is what Camelot was, a singularity, but it is what it is. How about LB5 themed stuff? I'd be okay with them. I'd be okay with them going into the Greek gods, because I think that's a topic that, in spite of everything in LB5, they didn't explore. Like, they gave you the brief surface level stuff that they needed to pose the threat, to explain what was going on in LB5, but they didn't go into like the actual like lore really behind a lot of the Greek gods. So I think you could do something more there, particularly if you ended up with like some War of the Gods type thing. I think that'd also be really cool. Like you could low-key do like the Titans versus the gods, and that would be an interesting singularity in and of itself. Like, chat, tell me this. Would you rather Lost Belt 2, Goddardammerung, or would you rather have had Ragnarok? And I know, like, there is some ties in with Goddardammerung in that. I would have rather seen Fate's rendition of the gods duking it out. Right? I would have 10 times rather see that. Yeah, I felt like I liked LB2, but LB2 didn't really go into stuff. It just referenced things. So that's kind of in the same way how I feel about LB5. And I feel like LB5's good. I want to see more of those. So in that regard, if they're going to repeat anything, yeah, repeat something you haven't already repeated, right? I think they wanted to tone down LB2 because of Olympus. Maybe, right? Like, I'm not sure really what their whole goal was, but... The Typhon versus Zeus fight? Yeah. Yeah, like, I think there's a lot they could explore. So. Egypt? I would be down with Egypt. Because if you do Egypt, you can also do, like, Greek. You can basically do Roman. You can do a lot of stuff in Egypt. And I think that'd be really cool, right? Like... I would love to see the Egyptian pantheon. And I want them to be like, all be hot, big titty waifus. I don't even care if they weren't originally. I'm a simple man. Kind of surprised they haven't done something in Egypt already. Yeah, I mean, we have Ozzy, we have Cleo, we have Nito. God, I could not remember her name right. But like, straight up, they already kind of have in Camelot. Like, Camelot Singularity was like, it was part Jerusalem, part Egypt. And that's sort of my issue with Camelot, is I still feel robbed in the sense that, like, we never got true Camelot, right? Like, I know Fate's trying to put their own unique twist on things, but straight up, I would just like to see the original events in history the way they were supposed to be, with that Fate twist. We didn't see much of Egypt or Jerusalem. Yeah, and that's what's kind of annoying. But then we got 40 hours of Fairy Camelot. I know. But Fairy Camelot was very much not Camelot. Like, you basically didn't get anything that was Camelot other than the siege in LB6, and that doesn't really tell you much. Egypt was like pyramids and sphinxes. Yeah, but you got to see pyramids, right? Like you had the one big pyramid there, and then you had like the person like right here, right, chat? And then you had Ozzy slamming the other pyramid right down on top of their head, right? So you did get the pyramid. Yeah, exactly. There's this game called Fate Star Night. Oh, damn. That sounds like the Chinese ripoff of it. Like you log into your mobile app store and you see the new hit game Fate Star Night. Roll now for free 2-star. Also got pyramids and Halloween. Listen, let's not talk about Halloween. Daily reminder, caster Baba Yaga is an old lady. Yeah, but chat, would you rather have caster Baba Yaga as an old lady, or would you rather have, like, hot, sexy monster Musume girl Baba Yaga? Okay, I already understand what the answer to that is, chat. You don't have to tell me. Both. Oh, so you want this to be like the inverse of like the characters that like age from lolly into adult? You want it to go from like granny into like hot woman? yeah, and then the final form is actually just Keanu Reeves. It goes like Grandma, MILF, Keanu. I'd prefer that, yes. We need Gilf, bro. Listen, Keanu is definitely older than he looks, but Keanu, I'm not sure you could really call him that. Actually, I assume Keanu has children. I don't know if his children are old enough to have children. Baba Yaga already an old lady in 9 Here, yeah. Keanu is in his 50s now, I believe, yeah. I mean, Keanu's like low-key a vampire. He doesn't actually age. He's been around for like hundreds of years, and you guys just haven't realized it yet. Like, you're gonna be like, man, Keanu's only 50 years old when you're like 100. And then you're gonna be like, wait a minute. An immortal like Highlander, basically. Yeah, there can only be one. We need more old ladies in FGO. I don't know about that. I have equal problems with like lolly type characters and equal problems with like old ladies, right? Like, chat, I'm here for the hotness. Okay? Let me see the hotness. And I swear to God, before one of you says old ladies are hot, please just save yourself that embarrassment and don't say it. Is this the year of the Tsukihime collab? I don't know, right? Like it's anyone's guess at this point. I think that's sort of the issue that we're having, is the devs aren't talking and we have no idea whether or not they have plans for any of this stuff. So it is what it is. No collab till part 2 comes? Yes. Okay, chat. It's time. I've put it off for long enough. Wait, why did that? That's not supposed to happen. Okay. Whee! Your DualSense controller isn't supported by this game. That's cool. I don't care. You've never told me that before. I don't know why you're telling me that now. Yeah, chat, apparently they came out with a deluxe edition. I'm not sure what it is, but I guess it's like, hey, did you really like Baldur's Gate? Buy the deluxe edition with a physical copy and some snazzy shit. It is what it is. Which is wild, because they're selling the deluxe edition, but chat, I guarantee you, they're gonna have to sell Game of the Year edition later. Like, it's just gonna be a thing. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Baldur's Gate 3. I shouldn't maul, as long as I handle things appropriately, but we shall try. I like to buy physical copies of games I'm into. Usually I do it for, like, FromSoft games. Yeah, and I think, like, you know, this is one of the good points I thought that Asmon had. And Asmon had a terrible take earlier today where he said basically that people that only watch people on Twitch and not on any other platform are losers, which I'm like, okay, Asmon, you fucking idiot. But I think Aspen has some good points every once in a while, and one of the points that he brought up with this was that, like, basically, we need to start rewarding developers that do the right thing and not the developers that do the wrong thing. So, like, the developers like Blizzard that keep having, like, pay for early access, you know, nasty DLC in their games that's just, like, way overpriced. They don't support their games when they fail. They don't fix them, that sort of thing. Stop supporting those developers. Support the developers that are actually doing the things that are good. They're producing good content, good quality games that are, you know, again, feature complete on release and not this broken pile of slop that's unplayable, right? So I think that's a good point. And so I'd be more than willing to, you know, support a studio like Larian that at least has said, like, hey, look, our game wasn't perfect on release. It had some bugs. It was very well received. So now we're gonna, you know, double down and try to fix every single one of those bugs that we can, right? And I think that's great. Asmund takes are kind of trash 9 out of 10 times. A lot of Asmund's takes are designed to, like, play to the masses, like. And so usually when you know more about it, you realize that, like, Asmund's low-key kind of wrong. But I think in this case, it's a good point to be made. And I have to get back to using my WASD keys since I can't use those playing League. So I think I needed to go in the cave entrance down here because I think this is where... I was talking to somebody after stream, and I think this is where the people that flashbang to the entrance.
Footprints leading right into that cave.
Okay, we're gonna go in. Is T-Lady, and unfortunately she looks like a Russian doll. Wait, who's T-Lady? Oh, Renata. You're talking about Renata from League.
The boss is expecting you. Hasn't forgotten what you did for him at Moonrise.
So that time where I totally didn't let him out of the cells, but he glitched out anyways and managed to run off, and then I took the boat that he was planned to escape on, but somehow he still escaped on his own without a proper cutscene? Yeah, sure, I'll talk to your boss. Which one of you is the boss? Why is there a lever? What? What did that do? I love Riku. Senna Riku? Yeah, but she's not old, right, chat? Or is she? Like, I actually don't know too much about her character. Dude, wait, this is the boss? He's, like, hiding from the fire.
Good to see you. Wasn't sure you'd make it to the city. Regretting it yet? I spent a lot of time thinking of worst-case scenarios while I was locked in that cell you plucked me out of at Moonrise.
That's all good. Thank you for the alert.
I didn't
Appreciate it, Wood.
imagine anything as bad as this. The Gondians have handed Enver Gortash the means to bring about the end of liberty in Baldur's Gate.
Also,
And the
Wood,
citizens have
play the
rolled
damn
out the red
game.
carpet for the new tyrant. Resistance fighters are few and far between. My iron hands, what's left of the Harpers, and you. I hope. Good. We don't have a chance unless we stick together. Not while the Gondians' metal monsters are patrolling the streets. The Steel Watch, they're a threat to you, me, and every man, woman, and child in this city. They act all civilized, servants of the people, but they only serve one man. When he becomes Grand Duke, it will only get worse. Laws will change, freedoms will vanish, and soon you'll be accused and sentenced before you've even committed a crime.
So,
And the fucking Gondians are to blame for all of it.
so should I tell him that he's already Grand Duke? I feel like that might make him a little angry. Yeah.
A tyrant's nothing without lackeys. And the Gondians are the perfect lackeys. Dangerously intelligent, pathetically submissive. They invented the Steel Watchers, and they're building an army of them. They've always been happy to provide their technology to despots in exchange for a stipend and the freedom to work in peace. They would have licked Saravok's boots, given the chance. And now they'll kiss Gortash's ring while this city screams.
I mean, he's not wrong, Jack.
I had a plan to put a stop to them. But the way things are now, if we stick our heads above ground, the Watchers are on us like flies on shit.
So, wait, are you the shit then? Did you just call yourself shit? Did you just make an analogy where you are a piece of shit? And what's the
Same
plan?
as it always is. Eliminate the threat. In this case, the foundry where these atrocities are produced. The Gondians are ingenious, but we're more than equal to them. There's nothing they can build that the Iron Hands can't tear down. I've built something unique for just that purpose. A room powder bomb. First of its kind. 50 wizards high on the weave couldn't summon this kind of firepower. Get the bomb inside the Gondian facility, and boom.
Boom?
Problem solved.
Boom? Yep, we're going with the paladin response.
Innocence. You have no idea what you're talking about. The Gondians picked their side the minute they took orders from Gortash. If they had
No.
any courage, they'd have refused him and died like heroes, spitting in his face. Now they'll die like the dogs they are.
Just means that the bosses made that decision, not the innocent workers. I want to go with 3, but I get the feeling he might just open up and attack me here, so we'll see.
Fine. You want to try flapping your gums in the belly of the beast? Be my guest. But their idea of diplomacy is a steel fist shoved where the sun don't shine. So take the bomb. Just in case I'm right and you're wrong.
Okay.
As long as you see sense, I don't care when you see it.
What?
The foundry is in the lower city, down by the docks. Beautiful building, belching smoke into the sky day and night. Getting inside won't be easy, but when you do, place the bomb at the heart of the facility. Get yourself back to street level. The streets will be clear of Watchers in no time.
Damn, this man really be like, alright, I found the solution to everything. Kill them all. If we just kill them all, everything will get better. Makes perfect sense. Kat, do you think you could make Teemo in D&D?
From Daptolon's dancing acts.
Where the heck did I come out?
Baldur's Gate is the Baldur.
I'm in the Rivington General?
If you're a customer, go down to the shop. Otherwise, clear.
We just kill OBS there. I want to know why you're harboring Iron Hand gnomes in your cellar.
Well, given this is in fact a blacksmith's, we sell things that need smithing. The shopkeeper can tell you more. Give the lazy...
Yeah? Who's the shopkeeper? You're the only one here.
Leaving. End of story.
Like, what? What kind of name is X-Vic-Yap?
Something's on my mind.
FGO has subtitles now? Yes, it does. That was part of their announcement.
Hi! Or want a blade? Or a bow? Or a dagger? Or maybe a spear is more your thing? You look like you know how to use a spear. By spear. What'd you say? Huh?
Why is she like, tone down the excitement, will you? You're giving me a headache.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, I'm actually just here to sell to you, though, so that's unfortunate. Okay. Is there any other crap that I can sell? Yet I think I have a problem.
Come on, let's go!
I hold way too much crap.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Hmm. Okay. Low key, keeping a candle on yourself is interesting because you can put it down and use it to ignite burn. I forgot you can sell gems. Yeah, you can't use diamonds in crafting, can you? Does anyone know? I'm at least somewhat wary of that. A very enthusiastic shopkeep, yeah. This dude got a stereo on his face? Yeah, kinda. You're talking about the blacksmith, right? Yeah, let me double check here real quick. Okay, apparently if it has extract on it, it can be used in alchemy. So for a bit, what Cat up to? I'm looking up to see if I can use diamonds for anything. Nobody seems to really know of a use. Okay, so the only thing I'm being told is don't sell the black diamond. Okay. Should be good. Yeah, chat. My main character is the epitome of a pack rat, right? And that is painfully obvious. Hmm. Wait, I didn't think monks built wisdom. "15 temporary hit points whenever you rage." It's clothing. Huh, that's actually somewhat interesting. That'd be a decent item for a barbarian.
Want more? Want less?
Okay. Now we got out of there. We got the bomb. Alright, chat, did I successfully solve the murders from last time? I don't remember. Or do I need to, like, do more for that?
It's a bastards, is what it is.
What's the worst that can happen? Caught sneaking in. A few days in a jail cell. At least we'd have a bed.
Oh boy, brainwaves. Let's not go in there. I get the feeling they're burning something that's going to trigger a cutscene, and then I'll have to deal with it. Yeah, so we came out from down here. What did I discover there?
Great headline.
I don't know. That's just weird.
Fascinating.
I should be able to go through this again. Heroic portrait of Gortat.
How about the flop house? It has plenty of spare beds.
So the only thing I'm Wait, yeah, chat, I'm confused. How So I needed the password to be able to get into the temple, right? I think it was Baal's temple. But I don't have any idea how to learn the password. Does anyone have any idea on that? Because I was told I had to solve the murder quests, but I don't know how to solve the murder quest. Because I don't seemingly have the murder quest.
Let them see you taking charge of your pleasurable destiny.
Scroll down. What are you talking about in this? The strange flowery key. We should find out what it opens.
Set your worries at ease.
You told me the armor was involved. Slow down.
It is not for us to decide who deserves Ilmater's grace.
Why not? We are his adherents. Who would know if not us?
To claim to know the Lord's will is blasphemy. We interpret scripture and teaching.
We let more outsiders in and more Baldurians die. Duke Stelnane, Father Lorcan, it's no coincidence.
We have faith here, Bill. Faith?
Who had more faith than Father Lorcan? How did that work out?
Damn.
Exactly. Lorcan let a killer into our temple due to his misguided compassion.
Bill, I beg you, be quiet. Even sinners receive Ilmater's grace, and Father Lorcan knew that. We don't pick and choose who we aid. Thank you, stranger. I take some solace knowing that he died in Ilmater's service.
Does Ilmater's service involve protecting heretic absolutists? Or perhaps I missed that sermon.
Enough, Bill. You seem a kind soul.
He's like, shut up, Bill. I'm preaching to the new recruit. So, Yeah, I guess that's my only question is what does it open? Looks like the companion from DA2. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name, though. Granted, remember that Dragon Age is derivative of Baldur's Gate. Because BioWare made both.
Don't mind if I do. No traps, please.
There's another building you have to break into? Wait, what? The Fargo Flophouse next? What part of town is it in?
What's that?
It's one of those steel watchers stamping us into the dirt.
You're such a scaredy cat.
Well, this looks like a perfectly adequate place. Go down a well, find a bunch of murdered refugees. Wrong. Go towards the archway? Wait, like going back into town? Talking about the checkpoint? Or are you talking about here?
Hear me out. Jerez is correct.
We are not
I'll give it a shot.
staying in a brothel.
Listen, it's got private rooms. From what I'd probably break his nose. Good boy.
Wait, isn't this the bard chick?
Word to the wise. Give that ill-mater temple a wide berth. Rude buggers. Certainly not bringing my trade there again. Does that excuse being rude? Excluding folk? Come off it. They wouldn't let me in. Spouted some tripe about my sort and absolutist murderers. I only wanted to sit down a minute.
Yeah, I don't think there's a good response there. My companions either won't like it or,
This was a stupid idea.
something else. Probably upstairs in one of the rooms, but...
Honestly.
Means we're getting a real.
on my way.
Dude.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Just out a few.
Okay, now we know it's neither of them.
Best be on my way. All right, time to skulk back. Best keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched.
Am I, though? Apparently, yes.
Swift as my feet can
Apparently,
carry me.
yes, I am. There should be a locked dresser.
I'd probably break it.
Better be cautious.
Bro, will you just, like, go the fuck
What
away?
do you reckon, lass? You trust these steel watcher thingamajigs? Aye, I'll second that. It's alright where we can get work repairing them, but what happens when they build something else to do that? It's no good, I tell you.
Hey, it's not good. Now go the fuck back downstairs so I don't have to deal with your ass. I am about to cast darkness on you to get you to go away. Trying to be sneaky, right? Like, a man just up in here trying to do all sorts of stuff.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours, it seems.
I didn't steal it. I just moved it.
Don't want to draw any attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
Okay, so it can only be that chest, if it's anything.
This calls for careful footwork. Let's get in and out.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Light on my feet.
Is it up here? No one saw that. That's clearly the locked wardrobe.
That shapeshifter's key unlocked the door. Interesting.
Hey guys, you want to come up here?
I'd love to, thanks. Got it.
All right. What now?
Hey ho. Yeah.
No one stopped me yet.
Okay. Oh! Play the targets on this list and frame the corpses as a murder by the cult of the Absolute. So we would need to kill all of them. My disguise kit. Damn. Poison's nice. He has clothes for everything.
If the gods are watching me.
Blood near the bed.
You notice some blood has pooled on the wooden floor.
Yeah, right next to the bloody chain. I'm not gonna investigate that.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Wait, are you intelligent?
The coward's root.
Gale intelligent? Gale's definitely intelligent.
You notice some blood has pooled on the wooden floor.
Oh, only a 32, damn.
You notice the blood's source. A body hidden under the bed.
Loot that body. Loot that body now. Theon's key.
I know this key. It's identical to the one held by that corpse in the tunnels. Don't waste a step.
Identical to the key held by the corpse in the tunnels. So I needed multiple keys? But for what?
A patron.
I'm no expert, but I don't think vampire spawn should be able to do that.
What?
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Not everyone subscribes to what it...
Yes, yes, yes. I don't care. I'm leaving. You can't stop me. Somehow I'm over encumbered. Because this weighs 32 pounds. Why is this so heavy? Here, Gale, you're good at exploding. You hold the bomb.
With haste.
Which means we're getting a real room.
Also, what's up, Ahado? Okay, report your finding to Investigator Valeria in the Shress.
Spoon. You have the key to my
Sorry.
There they are. Wait. Oh, no. Nice try, game.
Another case closed, another bottle open. Huzzah to Valeria! Hang on a tick. I recognize that face. You were talking to Yanis after I left the temple. I'll bet she's put you up to something.
I'm just here to drink. Afraid so, I found new evidence, Investigator.
Why must you busybodies insist on interrupting a perfectly good night? I know that look. You remind me of Devella. Fine. If you doubt my conclusions, out with it. What have you found?
A group of shape-shifting assassins under the temple with murder victims.
While that is startling, it still doesn't disprove my theory that Brilgor killed Father Lorgan, does it? That's what you need if you want to change my mind. Hard evidence. A reason, too, if you're at it. Why was Lorgan killed?
Found another body of the Flophouse nearby. I think it's related.
You're telling me more than one person has been killed? In Baldur's Gate? You must have something better than that. I need hard evidence and a motive. Why would someone else kill Lorgan? How can we be sure it's a Baal plot? You as well? Devella's been harping on about Baal for months. Fancies herself something of an expert. I assumed it was just a bunch of conspiracy codswallop and fear-mongering. But she's been unusually insistent about this one, even for her. Fine. I'll bite. What's your theory?
Wait, this is a her? Uh-oh.
Constable Devella is going to be a real pain in the trunk about this. Since you seem to be on an obnoxiously similar wavelength, why don't you seek her out? She'll be at the Elf Song Tavern. Show her the list, and I'll stay and inform the Fist here. Oh, and you'll need this pass. It'll give you access to the lower city.
Wait, but I already had access.
Well, what are you waiting?
Also, isn't that your job? Okay. The Gauntlet Devella in the lower city.
Crotho?
You're off the clock, yeah. Hmm. The chat, I have no idea how many times I can rest before Orin kills my companion. And that's the big thing that's worrying me, so it's why you don't see me going back to camp at all. And it's also why I want to get rid of her first before Gortash, because until that's done, I feel like I have a ticking clock. Like, just sitting there on my head. Murder target Figaro? Murder target Alexander? Murder target Frank? Oh no! So I guess if you're playing evil, you can just finish the murders. Wait, but it didn't tell me where Davella is. In the lower city.
Should mind my steps.
The Gauntlet Davella. There's a reason the elephant is not in heaven. Wait, Gauntlet Thunder. So, is she in the prison then?
Better not be cursed.
No. Huh. I figured the whole gauntlet thing had to be one of the fists, but like... Also, wait, is the elephant a, like... Hellsong Tavern? Yeah, that's a good point. He did say Hellsong. Oh crap, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so is the elephant, like, supposed to be something from heaven? The elephant is an angel? That's terrifying.
Hold up, citizen. A crime.
Stelmane's Park.
No admittance.
A place to receive clients and informants.
You can let them pass.
I wonder if it's as I remember it.
Bollocks! I told those idiots not to let anyone through. You. Name, rank, and reason for interrupting an active crime scene. For your sake, the last one better be bloody good.
Curiosity.
To fetch her another bottle of mead, no doubt. Yes, I'm Devella, the unfortunate colleague. Unless you've got useful information, leave me to my work. Duke Stelmane's dead, and I've got to find who killed her. Gods. That's it. Proof that I was right. I've been working on an assignment, see? A research project of sorts. I knew my conclusions were sound, but this... I never expected this. I'll tell you what I know. A century ago, there was a man, Sarevok Anchev. He was a child of the god of murder, Baal. He ruled the Iron Throne, a dark tower hiding a darker secret. It was the front for a deadly arms-dealing network. There, Sarevok amassed an army and sought to become a god. Under his stewardship, the Baal Temple was revived. And with it, the Baal cult itself. Fortunately, the temple was destroyed. And to cleanse the city of Sarevok's memory, the Iron Throne was torn from its foundations and cast into the Chionthar. For most, that was the end of it. But cults like that don't disappear overnight. That list you spoke of confirms I'm right. The Baal cult is back. And someone is out there, continuing Sarevok's work.
Yeah, let's go with number 3.
Stranger things have come back to haunt this city. The brutality of the killings is on a par with Sarevok's own. But there's something more here. Something new. There's a reference to these murders. A certain flair. It's as if they were done in worship. The precision of the cuts. The depth, the execution. The best butchers in Fae Room
I
could
might be
make a cut
dying
like
now.
that.
No.
Trust me, I've asked them.
Is that
To
bad?
explain all this to my superiors, but they wouldn't have any of it. They told me to drop it. Told me the city doesn't need another conspiracy theorist and to get back to doing my job before they find someone else to do it for me. But you're not bound by such constraints. I bet if you follow the trail of these murders, you'll be able to unearth the truth of this resurgence.
Yep.
You really are a godsend. There are patriarchs on the murder target list. I'm oathbound to secure them first, so I'll be heading to the upper city next. While I'm there, the other potential victims will be at risk. Could you warn them? Thank you.
Yep.
That's all. Once I'm done with the patriarchs, I'll head to Basilisk Gate to have a... Meet me there if you've anything more to report.
Okay. The secret sauce is death. Yes.
I wonder if any of these rooms are available to rent.
Interesting, so I'm not allowed to go in there. Tells me it must be a story thing. What a weird room. Wait, not to warn the targets? What, you don't want me to warn the targets? Or did I say something?
Your Excellency, Your Eminence.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Hey, you already got paid. No more work here. Rats, Murderers, do not worry.
Okay. That. What? What? He's like, don't worry, and goes and sits in a corner.
Nice day for it.
Hang about. What about you?
Why, hello there. We were just about to try some of Master Metzley's delightful wines. Would you care to join us?
They do look ever so tasty.
Ah, Mrs. Highbury. I prefer to conduct tastings individually, so
Yeah.
I may assess your...
Why is his hand
Call
as
me
big as his
Cora,
head?
Master Metzley. And I'm afraid I must insist on their joining us. Wine's no good without company, after all.
No. I must say, if this is a practical joke, it's not very amusing.
Why, a serial killer? Oh, that's terrible. Master Metzley, are you quite all right?
It was perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You have sullied it with knowledge.
Oh.
Made it an unclean sacrifice. I will remember your face. And I will peel it from your skull should you interfere again.
What? Okay, doppelganger, 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 doppelganger. So they're all doppelganger. Now I'm just confused.
Moving.
Don't you growl at me. Oh, perfect. It's Gale's turn. Dude, what? What? should not have provoked an attack of opportunity.
Ready for another round?
Could have actually done that first, but whatever. Really? 1 HP?
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Where that shit happens all the time.
Very well.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna bother with spell slots. Ow.
Ready for this?
Easy. Lag.
Damn it! We need to stop him before he strikes again.
Anything of use?
What a beautiful wine tasting this was, chat. Look at the wine everywhere.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Needle. They are ugly. Depraved too, in my estimation. Maybe lean it on a bit.
Drunk enough to listen to your prattle.
Okay. But at least everyone got out of there.
Can't slow down. What's up for discussion?
I still can't believe.
Sweet. Thank you for the 1,000 gold. I will take that. Probably better than if I had killed her. Save for the next one, sure.
You're certain Figaros is in this part of town?
I wouldn't say I'm certain, just optimistic.
Let's see.
We're lost, aren't we?
The humble home of Frank Peartree.
Next time's the charm? That's curious.
Something over there.
left, right. Down the stairs, then towards the upstairs. No, you mustn't. The city is full of criminals. We can't accidentally run around. We'll just stand here until you run
Okay. Let's go into the hatch. Oh. Courageous little Kimabeth. You don't look little.
That corpse is huge. And is that a burning heart?
Wait, journal update on Orin's Netherstone. So it looks like I learned the phrase.
What's inside?
Short sword +2. That's not bad. It's certainly worth quite a bit. Send it to Karlak. Send the soul coins to Karlak.
Why don't we just retrace our steps?
Do you remember which way we came?
Okay, so we head towards the Blushing Mermaid. Has Cad been to the Facemaker Boutique? No, I don't think I have. Waypoint discovered.
You're slouching. Stabbed in the gut.
Where's their waypoint? Ah. How did I not discover this? Because I ran by this like 3 times.
Here.
Rainforest home.
This is the private abode of Alexander Rainforest. Friends make appointments. Clients respect office hours.
Wait. This is for Pear Tree again? I'm confused.
Stupid of them if you ask me. It's much safer this side of the city walls.
So, is there another way in?
Just sounds like you might have some coins to spare. Just a few, sir. Please.
Please stop interrupting me. 11, 12.
Criminals.
Opportunists. The lot of them. And not a thought for their neighbours.
Now I have to start again thanks to you.
It ain't right. They're
What? Game.
Through here, mop up all this riffraff. Think he would might have their work cut out for them.
You can play at this game. You make me take terrible damage, I reload. I mean, I could obviously pick the lock. I can obviously break down his door. It's just gonna make me lose standing in the city. I'd prefer not to have to do that. He's probably dead in here. And I think the issue is that I don't have a box or something to stand on, because I feel like I could, right? Yeah, you guys got any special plans for Thanksgiving?
Lord Gortash needs to send the steel watch through here, mop up all this riffraff. God, think he would might have their work cut out for them.
Hungry, sweet girl.
Hold on until after training. Then at least you'll get the
Breathe deep and move.
Not USA? Weird. Imagine not living in the USA. That feeling when you're clearly not supposed to be able to do what I'm doing. It's gonna make me lose HP for this. Really, game?
Excuse me, sir.
And what if it doesn't work?
We keep going until it does work. They'll give
Please, don't you?
Criminals.
Opportunists. The lot of them. And not a thought for their neighbours.
I should not just, like, fall prone from that.
Just sounds like you might have some coins to spare. Just a few,
Lord Gortash needs to send the steel watch through here, mop up all this riffraff. God, think he would might have their work cut out for them.
Right tool will do the trick.
Start again thanks to you.
Oh, barely. Okay.
what path lies before me.
Cook a ton on Thanksgiving Day? Nice.
It's not that. Yes, that no politician ever went down in history.
Chad, is there like an aggregate opinion of me within the city that's impacting?
Time to press ahead. What's that? Here goes nothing.
Tash needs to send the steel watch through here. Mop up all this riffraff. God, thank you.
Hey, get back up here. Oh my god, no.
All's well, I hope. Aside from the obvious.
I hate when the companion walks right in front of you as you're attempting to loot something. That's all he has is a rotten Waterdavian cheese wheel. Literally.
Come on, let's go.
He'll have our heads.
Yes, but you do. Never a dull moment. At the ready.
Oh, conspiracy nonsense. So he had to be someone who was onto them. And then they were like, hey, what if we killed you?
Nasty surprise.
And the murderer wanted it found.
Ooh. Ooh. Thank God.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Wait, where? I don't see a trap. Oh no. Oh. Bro, what is with the clown shit? Gee, I wonder if that's a wall. Attempting to move very slowly. Oh! That's got to be the one that I detected. That's spicy. Okay.
Come on, open up.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Okay.
No one back home will ever believe this. Can't keep me out.
Of course not. Critical success. Okay. The fact that that one won't let me disarm it is disconcerting. But that's where I just say, I don't care.
Need to find a way forward. Trap. Be cautious.
Oh my god. I must not have trap disarm kits. Okay, so that was just supposed to trigger Bane on me. Interesting that all these people have, like, something. And yet I bet all this did was, like, lead to that. Gust of wind ones? Sure. Give me that.
Seems simple enough.
Up the ladder. I think I did everything on the second floor, but... that just leaves Figaro. Figaro.
Scrub this place till my fingers are raw, and then do it again.
Taking in refugees.
It's a good thing you're doing. More than most would do.
I just pictured my own young.
Anti-hag support group poster. Nope, not this building.
Dangerous adventure.
Bro, why is that so loud? Wait, this is the actual Baldur's Gate?
Won't get you in any faster.
Feel what exactly?
That weird something.
This is the big decision. Hello, Zim. How's it going? Baldur's Gate 3 is going well. We're just solving the murder quests.
Are you sure it's not a trapped nerve?
I am, thank you.
Oi, you! Get in the bloody queue!
No.
While he's with a client.
What's the queue? Oh, bro, I want some gear that looks like this. What?
Not everyone subscribes to what.
Because you felt funny.
I mean, yes, mostly. Why did you?
How long do you think Master Pennygood expects us to wait?
Standing in that godforsaken.
Solving the murder instead of inflicting it with a change of pace? Listen. Well, I think we all know what's about to happen here.
Don't give me trouble now.
Okay.
Whatever's behind that lock, it's being watched closely.
No, it's not.
Best to step away.
There's nobody here. What? You came out the door. Here we go. Yeah? Yeah, game? So the guy that just came out?
I think Master Figaro has a few spaces between appointments.
What?
Facemaker fashion. And if you want to, be the...
Cursed to put my hands on it. More for me?
Okay. Oh, what? Oh, God. Well, now I'm flying, chat.
Are the gods truly this petty?
Existence. We could take a few in. Our mansion's big enough.
It's unusual for prey to supply the tools of its own butchery. Razors, scissors, nail files. So many cuts one couldn't make. And yet, such a fleeting window. But then, who am I to deny the auspices of destiny? For we are celebrating, Master Figaro. You have the delicious honor of being my crowning achievement. Your body is my ultimate gift to my lord. But together, we shall transcend. A challenger. My lord tests me. This pit is awful. Will be your grave, challenger.
It's weird. It's like they're paralyzed.
Savor your final breath.
Okay, so that dude that left the room was a villain. And yet it was like, yo, you can't do that. You're gonna lose opinion with us. Yeah, doesn't daylight? I thought daylight revealed invisible enemies, but maybe I'm wrong. Gale. What? What?
Let's give this a try.
Like, Gale was just like, nah, man, I love the murder basement. Screw this. I'm never leaving.
Of course.
You can't make me. It's scary outside. Let me stay in the murder basement. Eh. You did detach him from the party? Yeah, I'm not sure how I specifically detached him. That was an accident. Oh, come on. How does he get in combat that far away?
Can't afford to let up.
Wait, are these all villains? Apparently.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
That weird something. I don't know. It's like a tingle in my spine I can't shake.
You sure it's not a trapped nerve?
Okay.
I am, thank you.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
You stopped queuing because you felt funny.
Target must be a humanoid. Really? So none of these are actually humanoid.
Standing in that godforsaken line a moment longer. Felt like I was gonna faint.
Fair enough. And they probably chuck you in the river.
Probably. Oh, unless.
No way to run a business. While he's with a client.
Okay. I failed to see how that was an ambush. I knew that was the case.
I don't know how closely they watch.
Is that darkness? Oh no, not darkness.
There's probably grates and
Bro,
things
you're
down
going
there.
straight for the wizard. Like, what?
Nah, you're right.
I lack a rage charge. Oh shit.
Let's know what else is down there and all.
No, it should die to Spirit Guardians. Imagine attempting to blind someone in darkness. Oh, I was about to say, I was like, if this motherfucking steel watch aggro's on me, I swear.
These boots have seen everything.
Huh?
Weird feeling of yours.
So you believe?
Wait, why does it look like you're attacking me?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
I think I made the right decision.
I think the steel watch will get him. I think. I'm gonna keep that in darkness because it should make it harder to hit.
Can't you feel it?
No way to run a business, I say.
Gotta love Sacred Flames. Got like no chance to hit in this game for some reason.
It's like
Another witness to my sacrament.
Nice. Way to walk into that like an idiot. Oh, okay, that's low-key annoying because you just healed that mofo to full and broke my concentration. That may be the first time someone's broken my concentration in this like on my whatchamacallit, on my cleric. Okay, I'm gonna try to trigger the opportunity attack. They miss. Exactly what I want.
take you.
Are you gonna shove me into the darkness? It's not gonna do anything. I'm gonna walk back out of it. Hey, that's a problem. That is actually a problem. And you crit? What? And you don't take an opportunity attack from the Steel Watch. Bro, like, this battle is just going completely...
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Completely in the way of the enemy. Please crit. Oop. Okay. And then it gets opportunity attack for no reason. Okay, good.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
I mean,
Oh my God. I was gonna say it had 1 HP. Also, the amount of times that the enemy lives with 1 HP is just freaking nutty, man.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
and they probably chuck you in the river if you did.
Okay. Gonna stand behind the steel watch.
Another fight. Let's go.
He's still good. He's still good. Boy, get over here.
Everywhere.
So it's got to be with that. I swear, like, I get it, but, like, it needs to just tell you that it will be interrupted. Like, I hate that so much. He's going after Gale. I knew it. Oh, what? Or is he just trying to run? No, he's legitimately going after the city guard. Wait, what? Huh? What is that movement range?
Onward.
I don't know. Magic.
There we go. Nice. And you got acid.
I think I made the right decision not to stay long.
Find a route.
That hit? There we go. The lag is weird sometimes. It's like the projectile just doesn't go out. How do you keep missing with such a huge sword? Nice jump. Yo, we got a regular Cucullin up in here. Oh, he down on the ground.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while you're clients.
The path interrupted by. Bro, like, that looks like I have vision on that. Like...
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Can't you feel it?
I simply do not wish to use a spell slot, so I won't. Yeah, I'll just end turn. How's it feel, big boy?
Time to press ahead.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
That's gonna hit the door.
I mean, yes, mostly. Why did you stop queuing then?
No way to run a business, I say.
I couldn't take
Can't even
standing in
browse
that
while he's with a
godforsaken
client.
line a moment longer. Felt like I was gonna faint.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And they'd probably chuck you in the river if you did.
Man, that was a useless spell. Well, at least they got him on the ground. There's no way they don't kill him, right, chat?
On my way.
She actually took better pathing than her path indicated.
Swim into the upper city. Through the river.
Maybe. I don't know how close they are. But there's probably crates and things down there to keep trash like us out.
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best with it.
Oh, I could have flown that whole time.
I should have known it would be you. Thank you. If it had been the
So now I
dwarf
didn't miss a
alone,
stream. Oh, you're
we might
welcome.
have stood a chance. But these doppelgangers,
SMA.
they swarmed us. We were paralyzed before we even had the chance to fight back. A rising star, you say? Then perhaps it's a good job I ran into him. I was on my way to the upper city when I heard a commotion. I stepped in to see if I could help. It's not every day you have the chance to catch a killer in action. Not even in this profession. These killings aren't random. In fact, they seem to be part of some sort of test.
Yes.
That
Literally already
document
told
you showed
that.
me before, the one with the victims' names on it, that was the briefing. The killers paralyze their victims, take their hands as an offering for Baal, and make it look like the cult of the Absolute was behind it all. It grants them access to a tribunal. From what I could gather, it's some sort of rite of initiation for aspiring cultists to prove their worth. And it's taking place beneath Candle Hallow's tombstones. Technically, I haven't yet done an inventory of this crime scene. So if something were to go missing from a corpse...
I mean... Or...
And I'll pick up where I left off.
I could just take
The
it
upper
from
city.
the killer.
When I'm done, I'll stop by the Basilisk
Because he
Gate.
probably has some
If you've got
hands.
anything to tell of your investigations by then, I'd love to hear it.
Loot that body? Oh, that's what we're gonna do. Relax, please don't run. Arrow of piercing. Sure, take that. Oh, give me that nice, solid.
Something good here, I hope.
Okay. A hat of imminent giggles. Okay, so it's not anything. I was gonna say, if it's a special hat, I might pull a Fae and just loot it. Right, chat? Also, a megalol at me trying to loot the chest and then being like, you can't loot the chest?
I'm ever so glad Master Figaro was saved.
I may be a doppel, but you can't loot the chest.
If those metal brutes actually did their jobs, you'd be off the street. I guess the steel watch isn't as effective as the mouth claims.
Dangerous adventurers infiltrate the city and threaten civilians.
Dude, this kid's like trying to sell newspapers in the blood.
Our streets. Pick up your Gazette today to find out how to stay safe.
You had a critical hit with this weapon, it deals 7 additional damage. I mean, why would it need to do that? It already deals so much. Oh god, dimension door on boots.
A passphrase, Sicarius, and a location. We should find this Candle Hallow place.
Okay, so the only other thing I want to do is I want to go see if I can talk to the master here. Imagine if it was news about the murders. Bro, like, that's what it should be. He should be like, murder on the streets, read about it here. It's like the dead body's like right in front of him. And then if he were actually big brain, he'd just go around murdering people. And then reporting on it.
I need a quick word.
I must say, I'm damn lucky you showed up when you did. Can you believe what that monster was doing?
Truly? Then you're made of sterner stuff than I, friend. I'll confess, it terrified me greatly. Can you imagine dressing entirely in red? Jests aside, thank you. You forever have my humblest gratitude and a most generous discount on my wares.
What are you
sell
selling?
anything and the best you'll find in Baldur's Gate. Certainly better than any dreck you'll pick up in. In the face of such horror, I don't see that I have much choice. Now, very good, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, what do you got to sell? Also, take all of that. Concealing one's identity or adopting someone else's. The fact that you can actually use that, and it's actually a thing in the game, is kind of nutty. A bicocket? Yeah, y'all got your embroidered bicockets? An elegant robe. Lush burgundy. Oh my. Jet and pink. Custard and pink. Looks like this guy sells a bunch of stuff.
Now remember, fashion's a fickle mistress.
I hope there's like, honestly, like, wait. Yeah, you can like hide clothes and hide helmet and stuff like that, but it'd be cool if there were like actually like a transmog type system in the game.
I'm not the best swimmer anyway. Gods know what else is down there.
Okay, so we basically discovered everything else.
Stay away from the gate.
Well, I did stay away from the gate. No news makes them? Exactly. That's all you gotta do. Be like, man, slow news day. Let me stab someone.
Steer clear now. I don't want any of that trouble I read about. No trouble.
Okay, let's save. And now let's touch the cellar door.
Door with the red script remains locked.
Honestly, this feels like an homage to
Password.
to Elder Scrolls with the chat whatchamacallit. Not the Thieves Guild, the Assassins Guild, and I can't remember what the hell they were called in that game. Oh no, not the Ballast Crypt. Oh, shit. Wow.
Present me well from gifts thine own, or I shall rend thy flesh from bone. A grasping hand, an offering vile. Enter now the Dread Lord's trial.
Okay. Easier than expected? Question mark? Okay, kind of want your armor. Hey, save. But why? What could go wrong, Ash? Also, hello, Ash. Oh, look! The dude that's totally dead and not here.
You gaze upon murder's progeny, child.
His most ill-trusted zealots.
His faithful departed.
Prodigal servants. Each returns to do his bidding eternally.
This man is known to all Baldurians, and his presence sparks dread in the pit of your stomach. Before you is Saravok Arnchev, a Baalist who almost brought Baldur's Gate to ruin a century ago. Davella was right. Not just an imitator, but Saravok himself.
No, that was my idea.
This is the court of the Dread Lord's Tribunal. I am its custodian. Here come those who seek to transcend. Aspirants of his most profane order. The would-be unholy assassins of Baal.
How you still alive?
A long while ago, my wretched sibling brought me back. The fairest of Baal spawn soul-bound me to this husk. Worship death though I do, I refused it. I roamed the coast, gathering those who still held Baal in their black hearts. The cult survived, festering beneath the city, with me as the gate's everlasting poison. But no more, for poison is too slow a death. Now is the time for slaughter. With these killings, the glory of the Baalists has risen beyond what we dreamed possible during those dark days. But the worship of my lord is led by another now. My granddaughter, Arin. The youngest unholy assassin ever to follow in Baal's bloody trail. And his chosen.
Orange granddaughter?
By very blood. And by extension, his. Baal has never had a more gifted prodigy. Arin's gifts surpassed even her mother's. Her mother knew this, and she could not bear it. When Arin was but 7 years old, she tried to smother the child as an offering to our Lord. I heard the screams. I ran to help. I feared for the child's life. But the cries were not Arin's. It was her mother's blood that soaked the sheets. Arin had cut off the very hand that tried to end her, and made a plaything of it.
How did she cut it off?
And as she toyed with her dead mother's hand, a deep quiver rose up through her throat. the Lord of Murder speaking through the child. Lay not a finger on this child, he said, nor let any other, for this child will serve me with unholy ardor. Protect her in my name.
Did you know that your daughter was planning to kill her?
I knew of my daughter's ambitions, but not the lengths to which she'd go. She hungered for Baal's favor more than anyone I'd ever known. But her daughter, Arin, hungered even more. My lord made his choice. I abided by his words. But Arin is not the subject of our judgment here today. You wish to become an unholy assassin of Baal. So, approach and be judged.
Yeah, what's this involved?
There is no better mirror in which to see the true nature of a killer than her victim. You took their hands from them. Now, I will clutch one of their souls from the abyss, that they may show Baal who you are.
Dude, my character is having, like, none of this. So chat, obviously I can fight this. If I fight this, I'm gonna have to rest afterwards. Guaranteed. If I rest again, is my companion going to die? That's my big question. Because I have not rested in a long moment.
You have been judged.
You have been found wanting.
No, you were found wanting.
Unworthy.
No, you're unworthy.
You will make a most beautiful offering to the Lord of Murder.
No, you will make a most beautiful offering to nothing. I'm just gonna desecrate your corpse anyways, so it is what it is. The problem is going to be what the hell these things do.
Smell blood.
Well, I have no rage charge. That's actually the problem here.
Moving.
Oh man, I love that my character gets to move last.
I will not tolerate impudence. This will be your
Ow. Ow. Murderous strikes 2. So he's gonna get more murderous, isn't he? Deathbringer assault. Kind of what I figured. I don't like that legendary resistance. +10 bonus to its next save. No. Playing the next one so you can waste it? Yeah. Oh, I have to be like point blank to hit him with that?
Have to keep going.
Okay, I don't get that. Why, when I counterspell, does it go off anyways? Like, that's low-key pretty rough. Wait, this isn't all my spells. Or is it? Can I not examine someone who's not in range? What? Huh? Why can I not examine any of you? Okay, that's just weird. Wait, is he slowed? Well, that'll break haste. Also, I could have sworn that she resisted the slow.
Never a dull moment. Cutting to the chase.
Huh? Huh? Oh, okay. That's beyond dumb.
Well, well. Look what we have.
The taste of blood, the pang of death. It has been far too long.
Hey, you missed. Feels good, man. So I'm more worried about what the fuck happens. Wait, why does he have legendary resistance again? Bro, that is so fucked up. Like... He's saved. Yeah, it's just permanent. Yeah, definitely need more actions per turn. So that, even before I get the reaction for this, there's no point. It's already on him. You can see the spell for haste is already on him. Like, this is low-key dumb. I don't know why my counterspell keeps glitching out like this. Dude, why is that affecting, like, everyone? What? Okay.
With ease.
I'm worried that Gale's gonna get, like, turned on and one tapped.
Light on my feet.
Takes my bonus action, but this at least puts me right next to the Echo here. Okay, now we have a problem because he's got Warding Bond, he's got Legendary Resistance, and low-key, Karlach gonna get murdered. Why, is there like a reason why I cannot examine you? I don't understand that the slightest.
Jimmy on the go.
Should have done that to begin with. Okay. Oh, what? He gets 4 hits and then gets whatever the fuck this is? Bro, what? What is that bullshit?
always be a gentleman.
I won't give in.
Oh, I should have smited. Fudge. I swear, man.
Gone with the weave.
Okay.
Knight to king 5.
And before he like jumps up there on Gale.
Blood comes easy these days. One day, I'll catch a break.
I think we separate. Okay, now it's my turn. God, what is that? Why does he have 35% defense?
The hammer's gonna fall.
Okay. Since hidden presence? What? What? Yeah, I wish I could just chain cast it on him. The fact that he still has the legendary resistance is like low-key kind of nuts. Yo, wait. The fact that that worked.
On I go.
Wait, chat, does damage break polymorph? I don't remember.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Oh, shit. That did nothing. Saving, because I don't know if it's gonna like just absorb all the hits here or only the first. Okay, looks like it definitely took more than that.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Bro, what is this? Does he have like mirror image? Oh, he absorbed their essences. I don't know why I can't examine you, and I hate you for it. This fucker too? Yeah. Possibly blind your target. He doesn't seem to have his legendary resistance. Got a 20% chance. Like...
Fall by my hand.
What the fuck? Still can't examine you. Why not? I think this is like his version of mirror image. Also, why did Venomous Revenge end? Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna shove him closer to her.
Over there.
Oh my god, no! Are you kidding me? Bro! Not a fucking chance do you have that much movement. Not a chance.
Take two.
The fact that only restores 13 is just ridiculous. Alright, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. Immune to hold person. No visible sign that that is in fact the case.
Heading there.
No blue, all doom.
What is with this high defense bullshit? What is this? take that. Look at those essences. I can't. It won't let me inspect him. It's freaking wild, dude. Like, it's just glitched out and I can't examine him no matter how I try. It's so dumb. Oh, I should have used that.
Time to push my luck again.
Yeah, I get that it's a super buff, but like 5% chance? Like, bro, what? I am just gonna sit here and try to spam him with rank 3 smite. Because when it finally connects, he's gonna take a shit ton of damage. Okay. You can play at that game, Sanctuary boy. My goal here is to just try to block his path some. Dude, why can I not? I guess because I got downed. Dumb.
That's it.
I have to like literally play keep away with Karlach.
In death, you will please bow.
Oh my god. How? What? Like, motherfucker, he is across the screen from you. Oh my god. Cat is getting an XCOM territory hit rates. Yeah, I mean, 20% is just BS. There's really not much you can do to try and counter that, especially when he had the legendary resistance. And I came into this fight not having a lot. Plus, he's just immune to hold person because fuck you. Like, targets. You know he's gonna be immune to fear. You know he's gonna be immune to fear. What? Is fear a cone? Huh? Like, tell me that then. Don't just fucking cast it. Oh. Okay. Need one more cast from Gale, and that should win it.
Onward.
What now? All right.
Come here, you! It's all I needed. One hit. God damn. It's a great sword, 9 to 22 damage. Yeah, that's a little bit better than what she's using. Can't be frightened, cannot be afflicted with other emotion-altering condition. Yep. On hit, inflict bleeding upon targets that have maximum hit points.
Let's move.
Oh god, where did it go? Oh no. Huh? What? Oh. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay. It's because it's still got the filter on for some weird reason. Sort. Don't need to touch that. Backed. Where was that? Then decay. Send that to her, but that is a very, very good amulet. I had it basically on my paladin for extra smites, but low-key don't need it no more. Odds are I don't get to smite enough on my paladin. 'Cause either the enemies don't require smite, or, oh shit, I have to just smite constantly because it's the boss battle. There's nothing else to do here. Seems weird. I turned him into a sheep chat. Might more, right? He was full of sheep. Okay. We head over here. We go loot the wooden chest. Okay, so Orville died. Don't know who Orville was, but he died. Really? Okay. Ooh, keychain. Probably could have done that instead. Oops. Oh boy, bones. Okay. Appreciably cared for boots. Heavy chest. Go. Okay, don't care. So all this was just a prison where they kept dead people. I guess.
Let's see.
Okay, so you can't go through there. Alright, chat, so like, I'm good to go oh. You gain Long Strider. Low-key, kinda nice. Wow, for such badass looking dudes. They didn't have, wait. Blackguard's Plate. All incoming damage is reduced by 1. Advantage on wisdom saving throws. Disadvantage on stealth checks. Nothing else. Well, we're gonna send that to camp. Shield of the Undevout. Your foes have disadvantage on saving throws to resist your spells or actions that inflict fear. You gain 1 level 1 spell slot. You'll have Shield Bash. Be good. Blackguard Sword. It's a long sword. It's versatile. It's actually not bad. Holy crap, it's a +2. Dazing Smite on hit. On a hit infused with one of your smites, the target must succeed a Constitution saving throw or become dazed. Not bad. Camp. Key to the murder tribunal. So imagine if you fought these guys, then you had to fight them, and then you go in there and fight that, right? Like, holy crap.
My faith will guide me.
Alright, how does this stack up against her shield? +3 bonus to initiative rolls and advantage on perception ability checks. Ooh, that's like Honestly, that's still better than this. Inflict wounds, strength saving throws, +1 attack.
Don't burn yourself.
+1 attack may be worth more. I don't know. What do you think, Bob? 1 to 4 to fire damage on hit, or +1 attack and strength saving throws? Well, actually, the other one has strength saving as well. And inflict wound. Oh wait, what? Whoa, inflict wounds actually kind of terrifyingly good. Holy shit. That's gonna get equipped.
At least things have stayed interesting.
To the right of the tribunal is a hallway. Oh,
One day I'll catch a
here.
break. Better not be cursed.
It might be cursed. Chad, is this gonna be a fight? Cause like my Karlach be sitting here on 1 HP.
Oi! Citizen! Get me out of here! Citizen! Thank the gods you're here. My wrinkles are starting to chafe. As an officer of the law, I demand you free me at once.
Why can I not?
Get here and free me at once!
A couple turns should do it.
They're supposed to be locked up, not me! Get me out!
I mean, I feel like this is not
Thanks
actually
for
him.
freeing me so quickly. No idea what those Barlist Burks had planned with me, but those chains were starting to chafe. Though I do wish you'd figured this all out before I, put the blame for Father Lorgan's murder on that poor refugee.
That's your fault.
Well, at
Gotta
least
cover the new
it's
buffs already. I
over
did.
now.
Yeah, how did you end up here?
After our chat at Charessa's Caress, I thought it best to polish off the bottle I'd started. I started coming over all woozy. My joints stiffened up quicker than a brothel browser's loins. Paralyzed. My vision went black. When I woke up, I was in chains. Overall, a terrible ordeal. One deserving of a drink. I'd bid you good day, but it's been royally shite all round.
I agree with that.
I most wholeheartedly agree. But you gave these reprobates a proper seeing to. You clearly have what I don't. Courage, insight, heroism. The city needs you. I overheard these pigs talking. There's a Baal temple deep within the old Undercity that the cult is using. A century ago, it was destroyed by a group of heroic sorts. Let's hope history repeats itself, eh? This place is foul as piss. I'm out of here.
What's in here?
Oh God. Like, really? Let's go. Ah, yes, purple worm toxin. In before the vision of his death was a vision of my character. Alright, chat. So obviously, now I gotta go back to the Ball Temple, right? You cannot fast travel from this area. Low-key kind of annoying, but I get it. Man, I'm so glad they just have, like, this souvenir parchment here. Just being like, hey, come on down to the Murder Tribunal this Saturday at 5 p.m. So, chat, to be clear, I am safe to long rest without my companion dying, right? Like, we good?
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Because, like, I 100% went way too many battles there without doing that. Okay. Anyone need to be talked to? Doesn't look like it. Everyone appears to be spiffy. Still haven't gotten the room at the inn? What do you mean the room at the inn? Finally, my spell slots. Ah. Okay, chat. I'm gonna end it here. Feel like this one quest chain is just taking way too long, but the fact that we actually managed to progress it this far, I'm pretty sure it's just go kill Orin now, and then from there, I assume there's going to be more work to do to round up Gortash, probably dealing with the Steel Watch. Thank you guys for watching. Let me see who all's on, who all I can send some love to. I see a Mr. Fino, so I'm going to toss you guys his way. Again, hope you guys had a fun one. Like I said, I should be live again tomorrow. Assuming no issues with food coma. Because again, like I said, I'd like to be live for you guys on Thanksgiving Day. Oh, the dog actually needs to be talked to apparently. But yeah, just because I figured I'm not out of town this week, so for once, I'll actually be here for Thanksgiving, and thus I'll try to stream for you guys. Thanks. So, hope to see you guys for that. We'll do something. I don't know what. I'll try to think about it, and again, I'll see you guys for the next one. Go give Mr. Fino my love. Have a good night.